Hello, my dears. I've been trying for the last like 30 minutes to set stuff up for later tonight. And I'm gonna be honest, this shit's fucking gay. The biggest thing I've been trying to like, I guess, do is let's go to just chatting real quick. Is this stuff? This shit's not working, bruh. Look at this shit. It won't work. My body, my neck is disconnected from my body. Oh, over a little. My neck. So I don't actually know if this is gonna work. Every day we stray further from God. No, we're supposed to stray closer to God. That's why I was gonna do this cosplay today, but it's not fucking working. It pissed me off. Pissing me off, man. Like, it'd be like this. And it'd be so cool. But erase the neck and go for the eldritch feel. Oh, we could try it. I was so excited. I was like, oh, I'm gonna get this done before stream, and fucking my PC decided to be stupid and. All right, there's your eldritch feel. How is this? Yeah, I know. One layer of the tail still on. I'll have to grab it eventually. Can I just eldritch feel? How's that eldritch feel, guys? See if I can get the tail. Let's see if I can catch it. Oh my god. Can I just scroll to find it? You don't understand how many art mesh layers are in this, guys. I wanted you so badly. Where is it? God. Kind of gives Dolan vibes. That's valid. I could see that. To like catch my tail. Did I get it? I need you guys to marvel at how many fucking layers I've had to go through. Hold on. I don't even know if this is all of them because I can't find the tail one. The bag of what? I'm a beholder now. Could use effects, but could be fine if you can't make anything work. Yeah, I'm sorry if it doesn't work. BZ's rigging is just too good. At the tail. Give me the tail. Damn it. Okay. But you know, it's gonna bother me if I can't get the tip of that tail. Give me the tip of the tail. Headless cow. Only head cow. Can you filter tail or baby fur? What do you mean? What do you mean? You just turn the tail off. Hold on. Oh, where is it? Oh, there's more. I forgot. Okay, I think the tail's gone now. Ogden? If I did the pigtails. My pigtails. You can see like the back of my neck though, which is crazy. Look at that. Look at that thing. I got that thing. I got a thing in the back of my head. Look at it. Oh. This one. And I know the body is a different color than me. I just had to kind of guess. Is it this one? It's not that one. This one? That's part of it. It's not this one. No, it's not that one. Oh, not that one. Is it this one? There we go. Now I am just a head. I just boop. Now I'm just a head. I'm just a head on a body. But what if I like just bonk? Ha! No neck. I'm no necking. No necking. I have no neck. My body's more yellow. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I guesstimated. I guesstimated this. I can show you the model if you guys want to look at it. Ooh. Can I edit it though? Non-select. Configure. Fine tune. There we go. I can fine tune it now. Save. Yes. I want this part. Oh no. Oh no, chat. I have to load the model. Hold on. Load current model is live 2D. Okay. There's gonna be a hefty live 2D item. I have to do it this way though, so I can okay. Okay. Oh. Oh, the back of my head's broken. That's okay. That's okay. I don't know if we'll be able to use this model because Bee's rigging is too good. Okay. There's that. Here's me. I'm a little broken. It doesn't really work inversely, but take. Anywho. Let's get this color accurate, huh? Also, I don't know if my head's proportioned right for something like this, you know? I want to put it next to my face. Okay. Oh, not that one. Like pink? Like a desaturated pink. Whoa. Head to booba should be 1 to 125. Okay. I don't know what shade I am, guys. Like so much more yellow. Oh. Is that how I do it? 754. It's like this is like maybe I start with this one? No. Break's over. Have a good rest of your day. Oh, you should make a stocking or clothes. It doesn't have to. Oh, that's true. I mean, you could turn this back on. But I don't think. I mean, I guess it could be white. The only problem is this. This is the biggest problem. But I do have other ideas. I do have other ideas that I think could work. So let me do. Got too many boos. My boos are too sick. Let me go back here. Now everything lags. Pop. Oh. Yeah, it's fine. Hi. Hi. Okay, I have other ideas. Baby. Don't work. Okay. That don't work. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, then we'll just look up Cult of the Lamb. The Lamb. Did this and I should have. Hiccups. But I know I got confidence, baby. I think it's this one. Is it this one? I don't remember. It's this one. This one. Think she knows. I think she knows. Making me nervous. Making me nervous. Junior says VTuber. Making quesadillas. I want one. I already have breakfast, but I want one. I want Lambo, Hambo, Nani the fuckbo, Cold King. Easy. I found it. This and I should have said that. Hi, Rhino. I know now there's no confidence, baby. This one can work. In between layers. Okay. And then I gotta do. Actually, you know what? She knows. I think she knows. I'm nervous, making me nervous. Moo. Moo. Where did I put it? Did I get these out of here? Where'd my head go? Yeah, it's right here. What? Oh. We won't steer you wrong. I like that. Like you do. Okay. About the morning and you don't think you wanted. How rude. How rude. Okay. Okay. I want to load it on this project. There we go. Actually, I'm stupid. No, I'm learning that I'm stupid. Once you know what my love's gonna feel like, nothing else could feel right. You can feel like moonbeam ice cream taking up blue jeans. Mystical, magical, oh baby. Braid K shadow. Cow clip. Okay. My little stockings, thank you. Yeah, this is my full model. I'll say like this. I'll be your little Barbie doll for a second while I figure this out. But thank you. I get anyway. Think I'm closer to you every day. You come around. Okay, I do have to zoom in a little bit. The company, oh baby, it asked me to know what my love's gonna feel like. Oh, think of your blue jeans. Trying to figure out how I want it to sit. Like that. Know what my love's gonna feel like. Let's make them a little bit bigger. Ooh. Okay. Now I just gotta put it between the layers. Wait. Help to the lamb cow, thank you. My only thing is like it's like slightly off. It's just like slightly off. I just wanna fix it. What about that? I wonder what it's clipping to. Oh, I bet it's my collarbone actually. Is it my collarbone that it's clipping to? Instead of my like shoulders? I wonder. Yeah, okay. Let's try it. There you go. Alright, and now we just gotta get the last thing. Just stop zooming out. The mind that can control you, it's like a monster. In the city of wonder, nice. And the monsters go wander and go play nice. We got this one. I used to have this one too, which is fun. What you like, Serbia? Serbia. Bom bom beedo bo. Alright, so it's just this. From this high summon, I'm struggling to get. I have to do this. So it loads it and then this. What? No, it's called the red crown. Maybe not work for now. What? What's this? I think the biggest problem is like this model doesn't lean as hard as I do. And that's like the problem. But Live 2D, VTube Studio actually is putting out an update tomorrow for our problem, I think. Because they're like, hey, already looking for that summer outfit? Well, maybe don't just yet, because they're gonna update how they do a lot of the outfit accessories. So maybe we'll wait, you know? You could turn down your model's reactivity. I could. Would. I would. But I like my model out. And that's the only thing, is I just like it. I like how reactive my model is. It's part of our brand. It's not. Oh my. We like it too. I like you too. Oh my god, my things are messing up. Ugh, please. Okay, that one there. And then customize model, exclude this one. Bum 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 bum. Okay. Keep getting spammed with faxes coming in as calls, so not busy yet. Understandable. Is it pinned to my... What's happening? Oh, my face tracking is too high. That's the problem. No, go away. Little wombly hat. Little wombly hat now. Womble, wiggle, 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 wiggle. Yeah, he needs a call hot. Oh, he do. He do. Alright, we'll make him one of those right now. Hold on, let me just save this as an item scene. Oh, the Lambo. Okay. And then I'm just gonna make a cosplay toggle. Cosplay. Hold up the Lambos. Like. Ba 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 ba. I love having PC problems. I just keep thinking about how like I was really annoyed before stream because I was trying to fix my marble, my PC, because my PC was just wigging out, man. Wigging out. It was annoying. Alright. Let's close stuff. Look up Cult of the Lamb. Good lord, it's already almost 3. Alright. We could also give BLT like one of the little crowns. Yo, body. Yo, I wanna go for a ride. I didn't do a go live post. Yay, welcome back from out of jail. Do a go live post first. We did stuff yesterday. We cried at RPC. Video editing. We did Bugtopia. We did some of this and some of that. We did a little bit of Da Vinci yesterday as well. And we did Substance Painter. Only way I can support right now. Hey, you're doing the best thing to support, and it means the world to me. Just you hanging out, saying hello, man. That's the best. June 2nd. Oh, I'm on the go for a ride. And I'm about to punch the air, chat. I'm about to punch the air. Oh, body run. Alrighty. Oof. Alright, I'm okay. I'm like cold, but I'm hot. And I'm sleepy, but I have stuff to do. 3 June 2nd. Save. Okay, and then turn this off. I want Tuesdays, which will be. I hate the. I know, like just being somewhere almost in like a limbo state is kind of how I feel right now. Probably some of this, probably a little of that. We don't have the Cult of the Lamb logo. I like this one. Can I have a this one? Yeah, I can. Run to get food, BRB, no problem. We'll be here. This is gonna go in games on. I need you, come on now. Right now. Cool. Not clicking the right things. No, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. Alright. New. Live now. The Catan shard continues to scream. I have no ears. To say now, will I miss you the most? Way now, you get harder than most. I don't do this at all. Oop. miss you, yeah, yeah. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you right here. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. Oh, it's hard to miss you, come here. So hard to see you when I miss you right here. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. All right, that's good to go. I'm happy. Getting there. Everything's alright. Okay. Delete these. I don't want this to like clog up my timeline. Or anybody's timeline, really. But I'm thinking strong enough to sink in. No, I don't miss you, but I miss you. Come here. That's good enough. Alright. Now we go back and we put BLT on screen. Hi, Rainer! Happy Tuesday. My brain is not dying. I don't know what you're talking about. I got this. Oh, my body is cold. Everybody. But overall, though, I think we essentially have a second PC setup now. So we'll be doing art off my laptop. Essentially is the plan. We're doing art off my laptop. And then we're going from there. Just fogging. Pornography. Joking chicks inside of me. Kind of shit you get on your TV. The violent pornography. Joking chicks in. I have to highlight this too. Glub. Glub glub. Everybody sucks. Thumbnails, art. This one. Sorry. Didn't mean to burp in your face. I will delete that once I upload the new one. Okay. Hi, Bex. Happy Tuesday. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. And if you went to work today, I hope you were on time. Photography. Looking chicks inside of me. The shit it's a violent pornography. Joking chicks inside of me. I have work off today. Nice. Well, we can hang out all day then. I like it. What the fuck? Okay, they're gonna fix it. Oh my god. So have crayon for brainwashing. I'm just the eepy little guy. Disco. Let me just tab it on over. Save it on up. Alright, we're here for this. First this. And then this is number what? 25. Dun, 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 dun. Next public today. It's almost night. I have to do yard work. Oh god! Wait, couldn't you do it like later this like in the evening when it cools down again? Or do you have to do it now? It's like, is the point that you do it before it becomes evening? Night landscaping, exactly. Shadows away like us. I don't think any of these are Volvo, so I have to mow the lawn and I can't wake up the neighbors. Well, be sure if you have to do it then while it's hot out, be sure to drink plenty of water, keep hydrated, take plenty of breaks so you don't get like heat exhaustion, because I don't want you to have heat exhaustion. That would be big stinky ball. But if you can hold off to like not like too late at like night, but like in the evening, like after dinner time, then like that could work. Do it that way. No, no, no. Video editing, we highlight this one, this. Water, yes, water is very important. I'm sure it's C wrong. Why did I highlight for a second? High my lows, fuck around and lose control. Okie dokie. And now I can switch over. Yep, okay, I'm already switched. Okay, cool. Love to get high my lows, but every time I talk I choke. That's my heart exposed now, exposed now. It was Tuesday of last week, the 27th. Cool. I suggest goats. That's a good suggestion. I've seen like people do services where they like you can rent someone's goats and then you can have them like eat your lawn and stuff. No, should I just go home? It's alright, I'll go all night, I won't go home. It's alright, I'll go all night. You know I love to get high my low, look around and lose control. Slow down, slow down. You know I love to get high my lows. Every time I talk, I choke. Done with work. Oh shit. Early day. Fuck yeah. I'm open Bugtopia. Let's see if my bugs made me any money. All night, won't go home. I love this stream title. Would you love me if I was an Eldritch Horror? Was such a good stream title. You know, I love to get high on my low. Fuck around and lose control. Fast until high, new slow now. You know. Who are favorite? Who are your favorite? Okay. Okay. Oh, I need to put on my back brace. 1 second, chat. I was shrimping real hard yesterday, so I need to remember to wear it. I didn't do my arm exercises either. Fuck. Hold on. We're doing some exercise. Hold on. 1 second. 1 second. This is important. I forgot because my PC decided to shit on me today. Alright. Okay. Back brace on to make sure our posture stays better. Not great, because it's just to help, you know, help me remember to sit up. Alright, and then we gotta do our arm exercises, chat. We gotta build up our muscles. Where the fuck did it go? What did my resistance rate? Oh, I got it. Alright. Yeah. Okay. Alright. I'm just gonna do my arm exercise really quick. Hi, V! Alright. I'm sorry I'm being quiet. I'm doing arm exercises. Change how I'm holding it. I'm still sicky, so I stay home from school, but just went to get my grad stuff. Did you get your cap and gown? Did you get valedictorian or anything? When I was in high school, I got the second one. What's the second one? Not valedictorian, the one below it. I was that one. Haven't got it later. I got a sticker, a yearbook, and a tote bag. Is it a cute tote bag at least? I stopped counting, fuck. Not really? Aww. Black with a logo. Well, at least it's black. And not like an ugly color. Because, like, imagine if they gave you, like, an ugly one, you know? Like, yeah, sure, it's not cute, but at least it's not ugly. Black and navy blue are acceptable colors. That's valid. That makes sense. All right, we did our arm exercises. We're good. I need to build up my muscles. My muscles. Are you gonna decorate your cap? I didn't decorate. Like, I wish I did. But graduation came in the middle of finals, so We didn't have time to. But I hope you can. If you wanted to. Is Gordy not streaming today? I don't know, probably not. That's valid. To be fair, it's a lot of effort for something that you only wear once. There he is. Alright. Look at Gordy's chat. A great stream. Pumpkin King. Oh my god. My shoulder. Fix this. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Not if it's a paid redeem. What? Wait, what? Sorry, all the blood is rushing through my body, and I can't think because it's going through my body. Is that happening? What's a paid redeem? Gordy cameo, I know. Gordy, look at Gordy. I think he's rocking out to music. I don't know, I don't have it unmuted. I will get overstimulated. I will get overstimulated. Antarctica. I am in the Antarctic. Wait, were you talking about the cap and gown? I just heard a lot of effort to wear. Oh, we were talking about decorating your cap for high school graduation. That's what we were talking about. It's like I have one brain cell, and it's very hard for me, because I have a singular brain cell, so it takes longer time for brain to process because I am ooped. I may be a little ooped. That looks correct. A lot of people decorate them for display reasons. I think people forget about them. Like, they'll wear it and then they'll either lose it or they'll just like kind of put it in a box. That's valid, V. That's very valid. Okay. Feeling good. Like putting it in a curio cabinet. I think, yeah, that'd be nice. But also, again, depends on how much you care about it. If you're just like, oh, thank God it's over, you know, that's one thing. I'm the type to put it in a box. Yeah, some people put it in a box. Some people's parents, you know, take them and then keep them. Some people just don't. I didn't have time. I wanted to, I just didn't have time. About high school diplomas because I have no idea where mine is. I don't know. I think mine's at my house. I also don't know where my college diploma is, but it's somewhere in my apartment. I know that for a fact. Back with the salad wrap. Yum. I had an egg burrito this morning that I made. It was pretty yummy. Okay, so I want to see. I gotta see. We earned $157. $157. What? I treat this time. I'll do my best. You do it. You got it. Can't wait for my graduation dress to arrive. That's valid. It's a pretty blossom color. That is very cute. Okay. Now try to feed me. Oh shit. Now she makes like a scent. Oh! 80 coins, huh? What's that in the top left corner? Okay. Press the program. For me, it was nothing but a stopgap for getting into college. I've got 3 more years, although I did keep my ground. It's fire. That's correct. You sleep in it. Ooh. I don't know what we're doing. What are we doing here? It has sleeves, so I don't have to worry about my ugly mop of armpit hair. Mood? Some breeding racks and boxes. I don't want to spend all my money on that stuff, man. I want to buy it on this stuff. I want more stuff. Oh, this is the breeding boxes. I don't know what the little bug said. I want to buy stuff. I want to buy things. Where is it? Where is it? Here we go. How do I get the other ones? How do I get the other ones? I want the other ones. How do I buy the other thingies? What the other thingies? Alright, well, I guess I'll buy some bugs. I want to buy baby isopod. And then one of these. Bloop, 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 bloop. Grow, buggy. It's comfy. It's just a loose-fitting dress, pretty much. That's not valid. I feel like, though, the gown that I got was kind of scratchy, so I was just like, not for me. Alright, now we gotta be the isopod. We got isopod. I saw on Steam the dev. Oh, really? Oh, that's cute. That's cool. No, Dad. Makes sense though. They seem to have a they really want to foster a community. Look, we got a Brownwood. Oh, he sells. He puts out a lot per day. Oh, he's not eating none. Eat, little guide bug. All right, now I got a new bug. Got isopod. Mine was a poly cotton blend. Don't ask why I remember that 11 years later. That's just, it's just a fun little fun fact. I wanna wait. I don't want to move this. Move to breeding box. Move to breeding box. I'll go to breeding box. Look at them. They're having little babies. They're gonna have a little baby. Look at that. They're gonna have a little baby. Woo! Now it's gotta grow. An angel. Okay. I'm gonna sell all my aphids. I want to sell all my aphids. Who do I want to buy next? Buying more of these guys was pretty good. Can I buy 2 of them? No, because I'm broke. I'm a broke ass bitch. We can do the pupid snail. Were those aphids? They were. Yeah, we have aphids in here. The box is full. Oh, I don't really know what to do with this now. Now that I had them make a baby. Ladybug food, yeah. And now they will grow up nice and big. And now we will do this. And now I can't interact with the terrarium until it's break time. We're gonna see how that works. Just making sure everything's all set up. Yeah, I think we're good to start video editing. But trying to decide something. Homo Tamagotchi, exactly. Come home, I need you to hold me, 'cause it's getting cold, and it's getting stormy. That's what? I just want to find where these are located. Because I want to try something. What was this thing for this? It's over here. Go to project page, right click, export project over all needed files, and then export. I could try it. I'm just trying to decide how I want to do this. Okay, do I have everything in here? I don't. Okay, so then what I want to do is do this, all this we want to put, except for these two, we want to put in here. And then we'll save it. And then we export the archive to here. And then we do new folder video. I'd rather edit it on here and then do it, I think is my plan. And then just render it on the laptop, I think is what I would prefer to do. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Mm-hmm. 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 Thank you for the boop. Boop, boop. For it. But I'll be back later. My device be dying. No problem. Plug me in, then come back later. Have a great day. Oh, I also, in my trolling of Steam yesterday, found another cute demo. Like the game releases in August. Yeah, send it to me. Send it to me, or post it in the vibe check or whatever. The vibe room. Burp. Oh God, I love this song. I really like the song. What's a mob to a king? What's a king to a god? What's a god to a non-believer who don't believe in anything? Oh shit, this is actually a really good. Speaking of my grad dress, yeah, what about it? 78,405. 78,405. It arrived? Oh my God, how coincidental. Hell yeah. That's awesome. 8:10. How does this keep changing? I don't understand how this keeps changing. From full VTuber models. Actually, do they have that in this? I'd like to do this section. My mom put plants in my room. Is this a happy E? Are they cute plants? Moving. I don't like plants. Why don't you like plants? What's wrong with plants? And then lively illustrations. We'll do like this one. Oh, full VTuber models. Oh shit, this one's better. The mob. What's a mob to a king? What's a king to a god? What's a god to a non-believer? We don't believe plants attract bugs. Yeah, but if you just take care of them, it'll be okay. Lively illustrations. I'd like to do that one, and I do have. I have one. Oh, this one. Do this one. Which I think I'd like this section. And then the Scrunko boy. And the silly models. Okay, so I can do. This put in the landmine. Not gonna be there. Sing on the pavement. Say the words will cut into the baseline. Wear me out like Prada. Devil in my details. I'm getting murdered. Even just to exhale. I'm up in the car. Track down. Everything you take mine. Stick to me like a man. Walk beside me. They also attract oxygen, but bugs suck. Sometimes bugs do suck. Sometimes. Good in the garden. What's my background video for sleep token? Yeah. Stand. Oh, stop it, you. Oh, yo. Stop. Stop. You be silly. You be silly. Want to get better over it all. We got to retaliate like before. As we go I know. We'll be dancing along to the rhythm. It's just a prison, beautiful nightmare. But I'm given decision. Maybe I didn't. Beautiful nightmare. Thank you for the song request, Kiwi. I adjust the way I'm sitting. More sleep token. I thought that said Gesundheit. There is a baby crying outside and it makes my heart sad. But they sad. My gray dress is too big. Can you get it hemmed? Been jamming out to this one a lot lately. I do like it. I like the drums. My mom thinks it's 2 sizes too big. Ooh, I was gonna say 1 size too big. Feel like you could be okay, but 2 sizes too big might be more than hemming it at that point. Get a smaller one? That sounds good. It's like good you can go get a smaller one. I'm sure if you get it expedited, it'll be okay. All right, okay, I remember what I'm doing. Let me do. Nope. 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 I like that one a lot. The glow one would feel like would be nice. Boop. Boop. And then sound effects. Let's do. Maybe like this one. Oops. Let's do a pop noise. N-O-P. Pop. Mail presenting. We should go here. Oh, that would be a can opening. Thank you for the daily bonkus and the daily vibe check. All right, what am I? Oh wait, not. Socials. What is maze? Main form of stuff. Excuse me. Oh, whoops. There you go. Link tree. Okay. What's up down? This place. Zoom position. Oh, my love. Angels up in the clouds are jealous that we found something so out. Purple boat donation. Damn. The bot got him, chat. Hallelujah. What comes after the angels up in the clouds? Okay, we'll go back. I'm jumping your phone. I mean, you're close. They're the angels up in the clouds are jealous knowing we found something so out of the ordinary. Love me to dance. Me too. Maybe not so harsh, Ellen. Cool. That's good. Those angels up in the clouds are jealous that we found. Last one. Down to the desert. I'm jealous that we found. Okay. My brother used to sing "Everybody's Constipated" instead of "Everyone's." What? It reminds me of how I sing because I saw this clip on TikTok of this cat getting a bath, and it's "Stinky little baby, you need a shower, you be smelling sour. Stinky little baby, you smell like pee and poo." I like that one a lot. I sing that one a lot. Take me to the beach. He also learned how to spell bananas thanks to Britney Spears. Is her the song the one that goes Bananas? Even then, I forget how many NAs there are in bananas. I definitely did get it on, finish the lawn. That's okay. That's what weekends are for. Exactly. See? Kiwi knows. Ah, okay. I wasn't sure, because that's how I think I learned, but like, Hi, Wacky. Hot is cold enough. I saw something move. Down, down, deep down. Give me some space. On and on and on. Take me to the beach. Ah, ah. 810. 810. Native 52. I have no friends anymore. At the end. Alright, where did it? We didn't, I'm just crazy. It's adorable and ever comfy freelance artist. Artist is here to make all your art dreams. Don't know where to go, so I lay here instead with my symptoms of sorrow in bed. Even lively illustration. He's got bountiful talent for it all. So much so that they even have multiple. Now, that's right. Your soul is kindred to a silly goober. Silly goober, female presenting, or even male presenting. Got all the boxes checked. Okay. So I'm debating on just putting my short stories on Kindle after editing them. There's no minimum word count, and that's the harm. And what's the no, for sure. Yeah, no, definitely. Because the more you write, the more you're having the possibility of like more people reading your stuff. Gator jerky. Does it taste good? What flavor is it? If you're looking for the next comfiest and coziest artist in the vtuber community, throw shit at a wall, something might stick. Exactly. They do say the best marketing is your other books. Yup. That's why I make videos all the time. It's so yummy. It's barbecue. God, I want to try. I want to try. All right. Export project archive. Let's see if this works. I'm very skeptical. What the fuck? Work. We have to delay before Miyu's song comes on. Wait, we'll just delay by restarting the song. Lies, the best marketing is a 23-year-old TikTok model. It's what the US Army uses. That's a good point. Papa Me did a whole video about that, actually. It's break time. Did I do all the things? I don't know if I clicked all the things. It's break time. Sex sells, sex does sell. Okay. How do I... Wait, next focus begins. Wait, can't I play with my terrarium? Wait, can't I play with my terrarium while I do this? What? There's too much yellow curry rice and now I'm stuffed. That sounds really good. The oldest profession. Once it with me on my side, baby feel alone again. The oldest is pimping. It's a really sad story if you think about it. Rug. Did I do that right? Did I export this project right? Export project archive. Where to go? Hold on. Okay, that's what we check. I ate it all. No! What the fuck? What the fuck? Is my sunshine not open out here? My laptop okay? Laptop, why? Why aren't you opening sunshine? Hello? I think I need to update and restart it. Mods kill the meow. Meow. My symptoms. No, I did do that right. Cool. Just away from my thing to restart. Can I redeem bonk for Rhino? You can on Friday. I'll have it bonk us all. It'll be a whole bonkage. Just another surprise monster encounter at you. Damn! That's crazy! That's crazy, Kiwi. That's a threat. That's a threat. That's crazy. Okay. I can sell you one whole organic viewer. It's me. I'm cheap. PayPal me, please. That's crazy. But why would I pay you, Wacky, when I could have 20 of you for the same price? That's the real question. But if I had the money, I would. Don't worry. If I had the money, I would. Okay, ads are gone. The song is now playing. Cool. Updates are underway. Green lights are on. Okay. You couldn't handle 20 of me? I could if they were all paying me. Yeah. I live with me, I'm a lot. I'm sure you're not that bad, buddy. Alright, because it was sent, I have to put it in there. I have to put this in the... I have to put this unfortunate free rent picture in. That hurts my soul to look. I had to put that in Vibe and Shine. Save. This one. Money makes stuff so much easier to deal with. It does. It do. Video editing. Vibe and Shine. 23. This one. What the fuck? What the heck? What the helly? What the hell, yeah? I have to finish my character. Yeah, but it's okay. Y'all will have a sit-down session tomorrow for it. Yes. You should get Choco to draw you as the dragon lady. It would be really cool. Because you are the dragon lady. It would be cool. Wink. I don't know why this isn't working, which is really unfortunate because I wanted to use the free rent picture. Until we launch the SS Get the Fuck Out of Dodge. Does that mean you're getting out of work? Vocal stim! Oh, I have to do something with the vibe checks today. Thank you for reminding me. Let me see me. See me? Alright. It's not that one, it's this one. I would love that, but I would say a male. Well, you could tell them a male version. You could tell Choco a male version. Awesome. Hello? Why'd that go through my speakers? Awesome. Awesome. Find a honey for my homie. Okay, I fixed it. You get 2 more. Why? Angry gods. Okay, why is that doing that? I think I have to restart Sammy. 1 second. Exit Sammy core. Yes. Alright, now it should work.
21.
21?
I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl.
I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl. I'm a little girl. That makes me so happy that that works. And that we got that one. Downloads. Serotonin. Fuck it. Senshi. And it's not only to watch T songs till you've listened to the whole of the. Yeah, I mean, bet, do it. Special service. I was assuming it was Star Trek for spaceship. The short boat is crazy. Dun, dun, fighting. I don't feel I ignore. Dreaming. The more I cut. It's all too much. And then replace. I ignore. That's 75%. Fuck. New Zealand. Up, but didn't work. A different one. I don't know if I've had any other. Fat raccoon. Okay, roll ahead. Cool. Cool. It can mean sexy stripper. If you think about it, it also means sexy stripper. Sausage ship. True. Dreaming. This is more like us. Too much. I don't feel I ignore. Dreaming. Alright, my laptop's on again. I want you to step back from my lead, my friend. I want to listen to that song. Step back from that lead. I hope this is a song. My friend. Okay. I'm surprised Automod isn't crashing out right now. We've had a lot happen. We've had a lot happen in this world. In the Milk Club, we've had a lot happen, to be fair. That's probably why. Smile. What the fuck? Well, that one wasn't allowed, even though it was said earlier. My dreaming more like us. Poggies. Poggy woggies. My laptop's freaking out now. Why's my laptop freaking out, bro? Crazy. Crazy, I tell you. Crazy. Vibe and Shine 23. This one. No, we gotta do this one first. That's crazy, Vexed. That's actually crazy. What the fuck? Why would you want to do that? Lives that you've been living in. You feel me again, but understand Be preg. Guys are crazy. Jumped off on my ledge, my friend. Oh, did it open that again? There we go. Dog could understand. Alright, why is my laptop fucking background broken? Oh. My VTube studio is lagging as well now. Oh, it's this thing. Step back from that ledge, my friend. Some of the lies that you've been living in. The fuck? Oh fuck, I had a picture on here. I gotta get from the other program. Why is my VTube studio stuff lagging? Do better. You guys are silly. On with the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi is broken. You can marry Hatsune Miku. Vex can impregnate the bot with consent. I can agree with this, honestly. Where my camera play edit? Not in here. Is it? There you go. Location. Oh. This one. On that ledge, my friend. Oh, what? What the heck? Okay, and then into quick access. Bruh, this shit's taking forever. Set his desktop background. There we go. All fixed. Next. This is about to piss me off. I feel like we act like a Tumblr thread anytime Wacky joins. This is true. No, it's true. I'm here for it though. This one. Work. Video editing. Oh my god, please. Highlights. MAGB. And up above you, you say you love me. Download. Straight. Oh. Okie dokie. Back to this. I'm alive. I can feel you all around me. Thank goodness I'm breathing. Nice, nice. 78, 31. Take the name. Where did, extract, okay. God. Swear to God, if I have to log into DaVinci again, I'm gonna poop my pants. Alright. Do this last video. Oops. We'll see. Alt V. Position and crop. Retain. I think I need to do it like this, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I need to just scoot myself down. Cool. Just because programmers are grooming bot. Oh, that's crazy! That's crazy, chat. What do you mean I look over and that's what I see? What do you mean? What do you mean? I look away for 1 second. Diddytron is ah! What is happening? I look away from chat for a few minutes. Just for a few minutes, just so I can get some work done. Hi, Ghosty. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what I walked in. I don't know what I walked into, man. Fucking look over at chat. We're going bonko over there. Goddamn. Can't leave y'all alone for a damn second. Hashtag Elaine has no control. Fuck off. Shush. I was mowing the lawn. What the fuck? That's crazy. We are in the kitchen of the house party. Just more fun. We're the kitchen of the. You guys are goobers. Goobers. You guys are goobers. Goobers, I said goobers. Nice. But why are you bring such morbidity to life? You're Nurgle, sitting on the couch with my cup alone. What? Are you? Oh, no, I'm sitting next to you. Don't worry, Pookie. I'm sitting right next to you. I'll sit next to you and we can talk about my cats. And your cats. Don't worry, Pookie. I won't let you be alone. I already once said I had Sisyphus. Syphilis, you mean? Not Sisyphus? Sisyphus is a character in literature, isn't it? I had no idea what a man pushing a boat up had to do with it, but... Oh, okay. Okay. I think Wacky's illiterate, but that's okay. Most of us are here. Please. I tried it. Oh my god. What's happening? Then I'm illiterate. Did you not hear yourself? Yeah, we're both illiterate. Not cast from the same stone, my guy. Two people can be illiterate in one time. No, I just didn't read the whole thing. I decided not to read the whole thing. I'm the only bitch who can't read, I'm the only bitch who can read, can't read. Can't write, though. God damn. That's valid. Right, so is this done? New DaVinci dude? This one. This one. Maybe over a drink. Aww. Oh, he's asking you are today, Ghosty. And he gets bonked to the head for a living, exactly. I can just tell people to take care of themselves. That's all I can do. Never said I could read. Never said I could do anything else. Continue. Okay. Wait, do I have DaVinci 20 on my computer? Or did I just upgrade? No, I have 19. Ooh. Well, hopefully it'll be okay. Okay. I guess. Shit, I didn't think about that. It'll be fine. And come on. Oh god, I hate this. Come on, come on. Oh, they changed shit. What the fuck? This is crazy. What? Whoa. I'll be fine for today. In a meeting or cooking? He is in a meeting. He is in a meeting currently. That's why he's not here to reprimand you all. Thanks for my lipo. Boop, boop, boop. Select folder. Cancel. It would be this one. Flip operation replace. Nope. Those are his two states as far as chat is concerned. Yep. Yep. Flip operations. Relink. Media files. We highlight this one. This one. There you go. That's all I've ever. Death gods, space gods, from your fuel rods. What else is silencing the baby? The highlight. I feel like that is not the right number. I think it's 32. 36. It's the the mind was what flip operations relink. Media files, resources. Someone's at the door. I'll be right back, chat. I'll be right back. If I die and I don't come back, call Pixels. Okay, I'm back. I didn't die. What about the third secret state? It's sleeping. What's the kid next door? What's the candy fourth flavor? What? Wait, what? What is that like? What? 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 Her bed is regular. Aha! Oh, that's what's fucked up. Okay. Hold on, I gotta fix this. Hmm. This is very interesting. Huh. Huh. They wanted so this is open at all times. Interesting. We don't even use it. Oh, yeah, we do. Oh, okay. So, like your new BLT, I haven't seen the little guy till now. Yeah, thank you. He just hangs out. Like, I don't know how long till I get a job. I need organ work and I have, like, no qualifications. I mean, for local jobs, if you're okay with normal local jobs, you don't need any. The stores are nice here. Oh, right, fonts. Okay. Sorry. I was like, what am I doing? No good, spin so free, spin so out of body. A, B, C, D. I'm lucky. Confident. Have the Delulu and the Audacity. Yeah! Live La Vida Loca. That's what I always say, is live La Vida Loca. And that'll help. Fonts, main font. Here. I just have an overwhelming holiness of anxiety. No, that's understandable. But it'll be okay. Family will never be far, my friend. Where am I? Oh, there we go. God damn. Alright, effects, go the fuck away. And you go. God damn. Alright. Hold on. I'm just gonna open it with this one and then we're gonna go back to the last one. Because DaVinci 20 is crazy. This was a bad idea. Font regular. I thought I did that one. Who's? Just a little bit of that. That not the one? What is white spacing? That's a good question. I don't even know the answer to that question. So is this the wrong font? I thought... Oh, this should be my font. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna test this again. Yes. Export project archive. Open. Wait. It didn't delete it. Delete. Okay. Save. Okay. And now I want to uninstall DaVinci. Because I don't want... Ooh, wrong one. I don't want 20. I want to keep it on 19. You type a prompt for the bot to accept your application in white font. Goddamn it. Aww. Oh, the game, man. Okay. Oh, wrong one. It's this one. And cheers. Resolve 19. You need... Why damn it, I hate... God damn, that's amazing. I hate the world we live in. That is such a, like... It's such a back and forth. Wrong one. Yeah, only one, two. The closest one. Break. Okay, hold on. The way it sounds no, darling. DaVinci. I don't want to use 20. Words. Speaking as if minded. DaVinci Resolve 20. Change layout? Holy shit, what? What's happening? Delta room tomorrow. Yeah! Yeah. Everybody messes with the team. Double line, which is a danger. Agony. Heck. I'm the only one. Alright, alternatively, we'll do it this way. It should be in here. This one. Copy. Paste. Of my isn't it That's what I know. Okay, don't do text color generate. Well, that generates on this computer. Here. Say that I'm the only one. Did you mean that I'm the closest one around? No. If it's cheap, it don't mean nothing. Did you mean that I'm the way it sounds? Is this doing the thing? Run. Is it Squigs yet? Squigs is on Thursday. Squigs is a Thursday thing. After work. Today is Cult of the Lamb. God damn. Taking forever. The Thursday? No, it is Tuesday. Unfortunately, it's only Tuesday, my friend. This makes this TikTok user that creates this beautiful piece of wood. They even have magnetized paperwatch, which I find super adorable. Nothing. So many dice. Oh no, I forgot what day of the week it is during the summer. No, that's valid. I would also let time slip if I was a teacher on summer break. Adorable kid using their entire brain to do this amazing soccer trick shot. Holy cow. If I could connect the dots that well when I was younger. Genius at this point. There's a hydration station. There's this little kitty.
Are we there yet? I'm a chocolate ball and have no concept of time.
No, not yet. We'll be there soon though. Where do you think our destination is though? Can I decide, should I drink a beer and play Minecraft or stock up my fridge? I think you should stock up your fridge for the weekend. I'll say for the weekend. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Not in the most fun of ways, I know. Tried it. And it's awesome, so be sure to stay hydrated as we roll into the summer times. True, okay, I'm gonna look for a bit to drive to the store. Sounds good. We shall be here. Delete it. I'm just gonna delete all these. Why is my brain not working? Give me vodka and keys now. I do not consent to that combo. Very good, very good. I like that. Ah, 36. I'll just name it 36. There we go. This looks better. 3 link selected clips. This one. Really cool. Pin this one to the quick start. Hi, Aunt Gobbo. How are you doing? Not found. Main font regular. How is this not? Ow! Everything else looks good though. Baby. We got my like songs? We got my like songs playlist, just yeah. Okay. If BLT were to dance, would he wiggle or wave his little arms like a finger puppet? He'd wave his arms like a little finger puppet, I think. I don't know. I feel like he'd shake his booty a lot. He's like a booty dancer. Like shaking his butt. Okay. How do I find the font? Fonts. I thought it was this one, but I guess not. The users, app data, local, Microsoft. Fonts, A, B, C, D, E. What? Oh, Windows fonts. Okay, now I go into here. I reopen this video editing. It's small. You're telling me he would twerk? Yes. He would very much enjoy throwing it back. Is my idea. Highlight 36. Q. Oh, jaw. Lock jaw. Lock jaw. Lock jaw. What? What? Wait, what? Huh? That's not in here. Maybe it's. What is missing? Brain. That's what it. I don't know what would be missing from this. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Because the current clip could not be processed. The fusion composition of the current framework could not be processed correctly. What? What can't be processed correctly? Let's do this. Oops. That's right. Lockjaw. Lockjaw. Okay, that should be on. I'm very confused why it's like not rendering, because it has everything it needs. What's offline? Is it this? No. I don't understand. Okay, that's weird, so that works. So what about if I did this one? Replace. Okay, I guess this thing just wants me to be crazy. Okay. Then I see fences and fence. That's crazy, okay. Video. And now it's done. Oh, it's my laptop. Couldn't be processed. What? Might be decoded correctly. Please check it. Oh, is it because I'm writing things for that track? Oh my god. Deep breaths and defense. Okay. Oh, we'll do large icons. I will do it like this then. Video editing resources. Large icons. Maybe it just doesn't like where it is taking from. Circles. Relink proxy media. Oh. Yeah, these traffic gods bless me today. Oh, no one on the roads? That's good. Place. Nope. Large icon, deep code. So relinking this doesn't work. Select folder. It does. Relink. Select folder. There you go. Now I need all these failed ones to go away because it makes me sad. Girl. I'll tell you this was my land. I'm walking on water. That's what I want to see. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, chat. Alrighty. Import project. Side project. What number is this by machine? Number 23. Vibe shine 3. I need to make a new folder. Done. This one. Close. Edit. Relink. Oh, this was my plan. 23. Hopefully this one will work okay too. I choose between. I'm gonna restart DaVinci. Ooh, let me do that thing though. Okay. Is it my manual triggers? It is. I think. No, it's in here. Daily vibe checker. Soldier. I choose between. Oh, cancel. List of adjectives that are positive. Consider determined. Eve. Oh my god. So they're positive. But. I just need a list. I just want a list. I can copy. God damn. Give me a list of words positively describe someone's vibe. Hog. 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 Oops. It's gonna be goober, silly, little guy, dreamy, eclectic. Nice. I'm so happy about this. Magnetic. easygoing, chill, passionate, kind. There you go. Biggest. Bus. Okay. File, save as. Tools. This will be list of vibes. Cool. File name. Get file. Object key. Pick word. Word. It just goes like this. Oh, it's two eyes, isn't it? What? Internet string search for position. Sammy get the word. The change. We'll say like this. Goes like this. This is like no. Copy set file. Back. Lab. Find. Open. Tools. The shell on. Oh, I love those chips. Those are really good chips. Actually, fine. Only started just to start. That's valid. That's cool. Remove sections, string, resolve, string replace, string lowercase, string upper. Oh, okay. Save. Same thing, string format. Strings of 2 URL fitting split strings to array. It generates random pictures. Birds and wildlife. Oh. Kind of a cigarette. And tonight, give me a melody. text. Get source change. Write text. Save text. Load text. Name. Copy as path. Files, general, serious, anything. A CBS file is a delimited text file that has a common use of separate values. CBS files consist of data arranged in rows and columns, semi-organized to load, save, edit, and manipulate. Ooh. Ooh, wait, so... Okay, wait. So if I did this, but then let's say we did it like this. Just as an example. I moved on. And then rename to CSV. Yes. That means edited. Load CSV name list of vibes. Copy as path. It's not to feel lonely. Let me again. What's array random do? So if I did array get value, position full top, array, the string, touch, name array, create array. Turn a JSON into a string object array, but probably calculated in order is parsing an array that is directly on an array object. For conversion, format the string array filter. So wait, base tracking is lagging. I'm so sorry. Welcome on in, raiders. Hold on, let me fix my face track. I'm so sorry. Hi, how was your stream? How was it? If you how was streaming? How was making stuff? Did you have fun? I'm currently driving myself mad with some more coding and doing some video editing, but how are you? And to those of you who are new here, welcome on in. My name is Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials, and we do a lot of fun stuff here. And I'm here to entertain and or be the physical embodiment of Whiplash. So how's it going? Hope you guys have a wonderful time. If you need to go take care of yourself, please do, but I'd enjoy it if you chilled and vibed. Feel free to tell us how your day is going. If you just ate some food, how's that? If any of you are coders, please tell me, because I think I might go insane. But other than that, I hope it's going well. I'm trying to figure out how to do this. Names. Was good. I finished picking some glass bottle. Oh, see some glass bottles together. Ooh, sounds fancy. I love glass. I like glass. And with a big brain coding, not really. I'm like trying, but it's like vibe name, adjective, save variable as vibe, position. What does position mean? I'm just learning. You know, we're learning together. Create an array. Creates a new empty array. You can populate it with array insert command. Okay, array insert means it inserts it depending on where it is. That makes sense. We don't need to replace. Array pull. Pulls a value from an array by removing it now. Find value. Returns the first instance of the value given inside. Array random. Returns a random value inside an array. Very useful for displaying random images or playing random sounds to name some use cases. The randomization will happen with an equal chance for each value. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Save variable as position. I don't think that matters. You can enter the variable name here. Variable name to save the random value into. You can enter a variable name here if you wish to get the index position. I don't. Getting an array value based on different changes. Get a random object array from an array. What does this do? Copy. Oh, okay. So if this is vibes, okay, and then if I did vibe, could I just do? I guess this would be adjective, and then we take file, open recent, list of vibes, music, inside bedroom, txt. And okay, let's take uplifting. And then that would be the only one. Essentially, this is what would keep happening, I think. So let's do radiant. Radiant. Ooh, there's a lot of copying. Oh my god, warm. And then and then oops. Magnetic. Okay. And this will be vibes. Person. Instead of writing out person, we can just write the person's name. Wait, shit. Wait. Copy. People. Okay. Name, person, vibe, adjective. Ah, okay. So wait. Okay, so as your vibes are there was no. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, friend. It's okay. You got other stuff, right? I spent $20 chips. Okay, that works. Ooh, this on me. Run. I just crashed Sammy. Oops. By position, arrange objects, people. Pause. It'll be this one. Oh. Yay! I fixed it. I did it. Chad, I figured it out! Chad, I did it. Okay, so... Copy, okay. Paste. Okay. I don't know how I was able to figure that out, but I did it, and now I have to paste this like 100 times. Shit. Elaine, how come you don't take breaks? I do take breaks. It's just in the form of other work. Oh my god, my forehead itched. Yeah, it's working be fun as hell. It can. Especially because, like, I'm not doing the same thing. Like, 1 minute I'm video editing, the next minute I'm doing something around, like, 3D art, then I'm doing, like, 2D art, then I'm doing coding. It's like, I do too many of one thing that can be considered work for me to consider it all as work, you know? Like, for me, I'm taking a break by figuring out something I wanted to do for stream. Does this do anything for me other than, like, give you guys a possibility that when you get vibe checks, you can have more... Like, you guys can have different vibe checks instead of it all being immaculate? Yes. Like, that's it. Like, it's just a fun thing for me to do. And I can't believe I figured it out myself, you know? To be fair, though, there was a template, but, you know. I got it. I got it in the end. I could have crashed it again. Empowering. Confident. It's all by myself. Oops. Oh, jeez. Be lower. I can't. Okay. Thank you for the song request. Confident. Bold. Inspiring. Charismatic. Oops. I don't like that I can't scroll on this. Okay. Passionate. Charismatic. Passionate vibes. Fearless vibes. Ambitious vibes. Driven. Dynamic. Artistic. Quirky. Playful. Inventive. Expressive. I was thinking of doing like meme ones, like you have poopy vibes, you know? But then I was like, what if someone's having a bad day and they randomly get like I actually don't think expressive sounds all that good. Let's do eccentric. But like what if someone's having a bad day and they get you have poo poo vibes, and then it's like I might be their 13th reason. I don't want to be their 13th reason. You know? BBEG. Wait, yeah, you BBEG, you have BDE vibes. And you frog. Okay, back. I tagged you in blue sky with the back. Oh, 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 oh. Whoa! You made these? Yo, if I had the money. Ooh, I think I would get this one. I would get, oh, you guys can see what I'm pointing at. I would get this one. This one. That's so cool. Oh, Effie, could I do a TikTok on you? Would you mind? I'd love to do a TikTok on you and all your cool stuff that you do. I'm just gonna, if you don't, I'm just gonna put you in my list. Yeah, I'd love to do a TikTok on you if you wouldn't mind. It'd be part of my V-Star series, but I get to talk about, VTubers. Actually, but yeah, I would love to. Are you the one that made your model though? If you're the one that made your own model and you do your own art, I can put you on V highlight. You are an artist, so but if your assets are made by other people, I'll put you on V highlight. But I just want to make a TikTok about you, so if you'd be okay with that, like just let me know. But yeah, just feel free to let me know whenever you have time. Like you could just whenever. Let's say you got froggy vibes. Never mind, oh my god. That's fine. That's totally fine. Then I can just put you on V highlight and I can just talk about how cool you are and all the crafts that you do. So yeah, if you'd be okay with that, I'd love to. You wouldn't have to do anything. I like having consent. I understand that what I'm doing is essentially free marketing, but like if you'd be okay with it, then I'd love to. Puppy vibes. Puppy cow. Okay, look like that. Let me gush about my friends. Yeah, it's my whole brand. It's my whole brand. And but yeah, I'd love to do it. You got wizard vibes. You got heresy vibes. It's a wonderful brand. Thank you. You have I think that's good. If I think of more, I can add more, but I love you, get the fuck out. I love you too. I'd be happy to. Yeah, I'll do it next week. It'll be posted, like, I'm a week ahead, so it would be posted in 2 weeks, but yeah, if you're okay with that, then, yeah, I totally got you. You don't have to do anything. I want to do, you have war crime vibes. Save. Then I'm stealing a daily vibe check. Fuck! I did the wrong one. Sorry. Okay, hold on. I gotta make them unlimited for a second so I can. Oh, well, I can just do it this way. Oh, wait, no. On screen, God. Appearance. Old. Edit appearance. Save. Edit appearance because I'm silly. New. Save. Edit appearance. Edit appearance. Save. Oh shit, I didn't check if Volvo saw it. And outside the door. Repost. Let's go walk. The reason why I left it all. Gotta edit the triggers on this. Twitch. Channel point redemption. Daily vibe check. Save. Edit triggers. Delete. Save. Run. Oh, it's pop-up off. Send chat message. Nope. Send chat message. Vibes are warm, undefined. I think I'm gonna scream if these are all capitalized. I gotta fix it. Find. I have to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go to the bathroom after I fix this. What if I added emotes to every single line, though? What if I added an associated... No, that's too much. That's too much. I won't do that. I do want to add a new emote, or not emote, but like a thing, which my brain is gonna forget until I can do this and go to the bathroom. Okay. Keep this. Save. Okay. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm back. Oh my god, Zoe, you got the goober one! You got the goober one! Wait. 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 The words do not make sense. The words in that order do not make sense. Okay, the order in which I thought the words worked in this do not work. Okay, hold on. Shit. Checking sniffing your daily vibe. Your vibe, you seem to have vibes and a comma run. Sniffing your daily vibes. You seem to have biggest peepers vibe. Oh wait, did I do it twice? I did. That'd be kind of funny though. Okay, and then one more time. Sniffing your daily vibes. You seem to have a dynamic vibes. I think this would be save. Okay. Save. And then one more thing. Check-ins. Oh, good lord. Oh god. Oh. Okay. Never mind. That was way too much. I looked at that and I was like, oh. That's a bit much. We've got $58. What do I do with my... Thank you for the lurk! Mwah. Yeah, stop it. Beat him. Beat him up. Alright, what do I do with the breeding box now? I have to make room in the thing? So sell... Wait, do we still have a baby ice? A black... Oh, it's a black ice pod. Okay, never mind. Sell... 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 Okay. Okay, so now in the breeding box... Back to terrarium. Back to terrarium. Back to terrarium. Okay. And then we're gonna sell all the aphids. And then I'm gonna grow... What do I want to grow? I have $63. Maybe $40 if I do 2 more. Bye-bye. Okay, and then we're gonna move to the breeding box. And then they're gonna have babies. And then we can grow their babies. Yeah. See, they're making love. Need him to grow up. Grow faster. Grow! Grow! Imagine this is like a sex ritual. Grow! You're getting your man to like get hard. You'd be like, grow your peanut. Okay, they're still breeding. They're still making love in there. How much money I got? Do we want to do crickets? Crickets do pretty good daily. The butterflies are 6. I could buy 2. Oh my god, did they update this game? I got a key to their like beta and stuff, so I'm playing their beta currently. Not beta, their demo. But there's a lot of content in their demo so far. How much is the game? I'd love this to have the game, to be fair. Let me where that setting is. You bet. Oh, it's still they do. I think it is out though. Yeah, no, it is out. Like you can buy it for $6. Less actually, it's 10% off. But I want to make my terrarium look like these. But I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that. Mine's just sad and dark. Get dark. Oh, my bugs grew. I'm making money. Oh no. It's a fight to the death. Both sides of the competition are still earning. Both sides in the competition will see their earnings decrease. What? Sweet potato. Who doesn't like each other? Wait, who doesn't like each other? I don't know who doesn't like each other. I guess it doesn't matter because they're all pupas now. Pupas. Yeah, you eat up little guide bug. Little guide buggy. Oops, sorry. Sorry, didn't mean to intrude. I forgot what I was gonna go to the store. Basic feed. No one likes me. I like you. What are you talking about? Look at all my butterflies! Add new expand the show space on the landscape. I don't have $100. Build a new terrarium with your uncle and try it yourself. Okay, I need $10. Okay, we'll wait till we get $10. Hold on, let me feed the guide. You can get some faster. Click, 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 click. Why are you saying no one likes you? You're making me concerned. Why does no one like you? Look at all the butterflies! I'm an adult aphid now. Got 2 cents for that boy. He was free. He was free. Oh, I got $10. I want this one. Buy. Now what? Now what? Do I have more things I can buy now? No? Why? Okay. I said it because you said who doesn't like who in regards to the game. Huh? Huh? You lost me. You lost me there, champ. Gonna be honest, bud. You lost me there. Close, close that. See how this video is doing. Did he do okay? Oh, he did okay. Never mind. I'm sorry! I'm sorry, Rhino. I'm ooped. Are you mad at me? Are you mad at me? Are you mad? Cause I'm ooped? Do you think I'm ooped? It's fine. That's how passive aggressive. Look me in my eyes and tell me it's okay. That sounded awfully passive aggressive. Do you have D&D today? No, you don't. Your D&D was canceled this week, right? Oh, I can't spell. What? I don't like how I make myself deprecate. You turn this around on me. Fucking get fucked, bitch. I am Whiplash incarnate. I was born to turn the tables. You thought you could turn the table on me? Well, actually, fuck you, I win. Use my laptop for a bit. Hee hee. Do you think the bugs are done fucking? The bugs are done fucking? They done? They did! Look, they have tiny baby. I have to wait till the tiny baby is grown fully. And then I can put him in her box. So too much. Ooh, I gotta move those videos back up. Too much. The highlights. The dreaming. Yo, hi Oso! Hi! How are you? How you doing? How you doing? Render. I'm doing good. I'm glad. Oh, this the render bank. Great shortcut. How do I rename it? Oh. How are you? How's the work? Good. Good. We figured out how to code a new thing, which is cool. Yeah. Right. Don't feel like Aolane hacking into the mainframe. I was just doing it so if you do a daily vibe check, you can get a random vibe. I will give you a random vibe every day. So that's what I wanted to do. That's what I did. That's what I did. Yeah, see, I sniffed him out. I got him. Hell yeah, I got the hella riz. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. I was opening another program because it's open in here. What the fuck? Why did it? Okay, well, that's fine. Then we'll do the other one. The highlight one worked. I ignore am I dreaming? More like us. I think it was, yes. Oh yeah, have you seen the new game up in the writers? It's called Dispatch. I have not. Does it look good? Are they doing the same art style as The Wolf Among Us? Or is it different? What's the plot about? What is the plot? I need to edit. I need to change my back brace. It's a different style. Interesting. Hold on. I'll look it up in a second. I have to take my back brace off. I want it off. I'm losing blood. No more blood. There you go. What the fuck? Freak me out. Freak me out, dog. Freak me out. Alright. This bad. This bad. Let's go on YouTube. Oh, is it this game? This game? This game? Is it this one? Is it this one? I so want to play this game. I actually really want to play this game. If it's this game, I want to play. Plus, you were a hero that piloted a robot suit, but in a fight gets destroyed the money. Yeah, I want to play this one. I really want to play this one. I'm very interested in like this alternative perspective. And I love management sims. So it's really cool. The demo is out? Oh, you. All right, hold on. Let me write it down. That's going to be on Roll for Fun next week then. The demo is out. Hi, Pixels. Pixels, do the vibe check. I also want to try. Kiwi posted one. I think it has a demo. Does this one have a demo? It does. Tiny bookshop. Tiny book. We were talking about a video game that I want to play. The demo's out. Do the vibe check. Do the vibe check. Do it. Do the vibe check. What game is this? Dispatch. Can't do? Is it run out already? Did it run out? It's all out. Okay, hold on. That's the wrong one. Edit. Okay, maybe it'll work now. I just want you to see that I did the thing. I did a cool thing. Yo, radiant pixels, I'm gonna keep it at 6 because I'm lazy and I can. Oh wait, I have to do a thing. It's random. Zoe got goober. Zoe got goober earlier. Hold on. Thank you. I figured it out all by myself. Word where you verify your. Yeah, actually, that's fine. Yeah, it's randomized. It's random. Yeah. Hold on. Hold on. Let me just. Save. So if I do it again, it goes. See? I have driven vibes. Or you can have, there's a bunch of them. I made a real long list. There are even some funny ones in there. I was gonna make you, you have stinky poo-poo vibes, but the only problem with that is I realized if someone was having a bad day and I put that, I might be their 13th reason. So I decided not to do that. So relink. There we go. Yeah, I was thinking that, but I wasn't expecting you to say. I've thought about it a lot. It's just because I've thought about it a lot. I've thought about making that. a thing for a while now. Oh shit, what clip was broken? There was a clip that was broken in this. No, are you doing the thing again? Oh, thank you for the check-in, Chaotic Kid. How you doing? Free link selected clip. Select folder. Because all those were proxies, that's why. Render queue, replace. And again. Okay, hopefully it works. Maybe Vibe and Shine just doesn't want to render. How'd stream? Good, good. Welcome back. We missed you. Yeah, I don't know why that one doesn't want to render. That's okay. We're gonna do Did You Know now? You know. Timeline. Create. Yeah, it just doesn't seem to like that video. Okay. That's fine. I can render that one on my computer then. Is a-okay. Close, reopen this one. Click access. Okay, there you go. Only and you know I feel the same way. To whether you and I never have to die. Love you, babe. This one actually should move here. No, we'll just delete. Yeah. Okie dokie. Oh, this was unnecessary. Are the same. Ooh. Oops. Tube. Tuba. Let's see if they can. Hour. And then this one, this one, this one. I. In my head, only sometimes when you're my eyes are. Oops. Oops. Okie dokie. And then I'm just going to mute this for now. Make this shorter. Thanks. We gotta go in here. Oh, Yeah. Uh. Your eye holes. Shoot. Did I not have an eye picture? Picture of an eye? That's fine. I'll do other photos. I don't have no picture of us. Alright, whoop, whoop. And then we cut it to here. So like here. Okay, so and if we did this part, that would go here. Okay, so we got two compound clips. This is example. Change speed to 200. Had music vibes. I'm glad they're good. Uh, Vocal stem. What the fuck? Why didn't it go off? Oh, I think it's because I restarted. Like it crashed it. Because I crashed it.
With the chicken strips.
The salami lid ain't gonna fit, won't fit. So the salami lid won't fit the salami lid. Salami lid ain't gonna fit like that. So the salami lid, and it's the salami lid.
Come with me. Bottom. 213637. Oh, 637. There we go. There we go. Retain 637. Oh, it's eye holes and buttholes, and then yeah, okay. My brain is understanding. I'll be there for you. Okay. Let me zoom out. Mm-hmm. 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 Let's do position, zoom, rotation angle. Line. Nope. Wherever you. Get your eye holes. Oh god, oh god. That was so long. Add track. And our butthole. Not that bad. All we have. Hold your hand. Your butt. And then the eye hole image. And then add this image. Okay. Hmm. Same diff, okay. But I find that lately I've been trying so please please don't say you love me. Thank you for the leg, Zach. One word from you and slowly down so I can go back in. Proxima, hold, black, up. I don't have any clever thing to put there. Mm-hmm. And the sun. You love me forever. One word from you and I would jump on. I'm on, baby. Tell me, don't so over again. This one. Do I have a surprise version of that? That would be good. Word from you and I jump off of this ledge. I'm on, baby. Tell me, don't so and go back in. Let me just try to do it with what I have then. Been a good thing I like to talk. I'm not getting being a dog. And I'll tell you out. Love was all around. Must be over with a kiss. All that lips. Your bubblegum bitch. Straight to number one. The tight boy. Sorry. Song. I have that. Need to come over a bit more. And this can come here. Be my biggest fan. Why did it grow large? Oops. Oh, that's too fast. And then, not you, this guy. Tried this. I don't want like this. And then this to happen. I like this song. Nice. Cool. But I need footage for right here. Is this the butt sphincter? Yeah. Let's do crop. That. Ooh, I don't like that positioning. Okay, I have an idea, but it's not organ. Hmm. Heavy. How was dinner? Going bath videos. YouTube. Dinner was okay. What'd you have? Frantically looking. Rice and veggies. I like rice and veggies. No. I mean, but I didn't feel like eating the meat. That's valid if you're not hungry. But at least you ate the rice and the veggies. That's just kind of the veggies are most important, in my opinion. That's perfect. Get the crop. Oh, it fits perfectly. Perfect. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. We can go here. We can delete this track. These are all good to go. I just need to start timing some sound effects. And I think I'm gonna be good. I also want to do a thing. Easy gift. Where's the easy gift? I feel violated after learning that fact. Did you hear that? Oh, well. You'd have to know. I was gonna say you'd have to know eventually, but that is entirely wrong. But it's true. It is true. Make this little stacking thing. Maincoow pop. I just valid. See, this is why you don't read, kids. Ow, ow, ow. Ow. I just realized something and I want to do it too. Stream. I'm past. Is never going home. Da 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 da. Warp finish because we do this one. Oh my god. I just skimmed through the lyrics of the song and found out how depressing. Oh yeah, that song is super sad. The song is super sad. I don't want to do that one either. Oh wait, why don't I just use a smudge tool? I need you to hold me. I don't like that. I want to move it. I wish to adjust. Man, this song hits hard even more after oh, man, yeah, I bet it does. This becomes a baby come home part. Oh yeah, that's like the most famous part of the song, to be fair. It bugged me, but I don't really care. Yeah. Yeah, it did get popular off of that lyric, so I am not surprised. Where is it? Wait, network. Wait, what the heck? Oh. Oh. Project 2D. Ooh, it worked. It worked. Where is it? I found a way that David Lucy edit. It hurts. I feel you, man. I can feel it too, man. I'm sorry. Oh, right. I'm doing, let's do some satisfying noises. Like this one. This one. I want like a squeaky noise, like a squeak. Like a window wiper. Window wiper. Okay, but seriously, why do eyes have sphincters? It has sphincter muscles, because that is how your eye dilates. It's the same muscle. Like a creak noise? I want the I don't know what the noise is. And how did this come to be a fact that you chose for your content? Because I realized that every animal, even though I can't scientifically prove it, all have puckered buttholes. If you have a butthole, you have a puckered butthole. I don't know what that noise is. Like the the part of my brain that's dedicated to translating a lane to common sense in English isn't working. Yeah, it's not how it works. Squeaky wiper. Squeaky. No wipe me noise. It's this one. Funny that your tail's swaying behind. Yeah. It's just back there, you know? Oops. If you put your tail in front of BLT, then someone says upbeat, so grab at your tail. That's true. That is true. That is true. I'd have to mess with the layers, but yeah. Good. Or I want to do like a yeah, actually I go back. So like let's do like a writing noise. These all suck. Writing. Writing with paper with a pen. Oh, this one. God damn, why can't I get like a good... This one could work. Oh wait, this part has to go here. I want to add a fart sound effect here. I think I do. We can do this by going to stream. Brain thinky hard. Sound clips. Farts. This one, I guess? No, that's not long enough. This one. This one's good. This one might be long enough. Damn. Hog. I like it. I'm gonna unlock this so I can go the whole way. Then I close this and I gotta reopen it. Close these guys. This one. It's the render, which I'll render on my computer. It has too many reference clips, I think, to do it any other way. Oops. The bean key. Alright, I'm gonna put my laptop to sleep. Short mini skirt. Blah 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 blah. 100 proof. Blah blah blah. It's in a very nice bra. Alright, text color. I'm gonna play some New York Times games. Oh damn, okay. One of these primary ingredients in sponge cake, or sugar, cake, eggs, flour, lower body exercise with 1 foot stretched forward and 1 back. Splits, first stringers, towel cloth. He just above D. No. He just a. Huh? Butt muscle. Glute. One who's completely dosed. Goner. Sugar. I don't know this one. Lunges? Lunge? First stringer? F? Huh? E flat? Oh, they mean like music note. Remy? Remy Martin? Brand of cognac? Oh, first stringer is A team. Oh, Terry. Oh, okay. Sense. Not really, but it does. Luna. Glug. Long. Alum. Oh. Wait, no, aluminum. We do have an N. Mug. Mugging. Plugging. Gall? The gall? Oh, is it GH? Mog? Mulling? Gunning? Yeah! Maybe edamame. Wordle time! Audio. Ooh! I actually don't know. Oh? Okay. So it's A, N, oh. Oh, it is. So it's AD something IN add-in? Son of a bitch. Admin. Yes! Haha! I figured it out. Alright, let's see if trans is gonna be stupid or not. That's proprietary. Yeah. Radical. I'm gonna see remark, but I don't know if remark. Tea? Coke? I'll do both. There's Coke. Coke? I don't see Coke. Tea. Eel. Is it Velcro? What the fuck does proprietary mean? Velcro has it makes no sense in this. Floppy. Soap. Trademark? Trademark? Trademark. Duh? Oh! Oh, like Jacuzzi? Kleenex. Oh, okay. I didn't know Velcro was trademarked. What else is proprietary? Stick. Epulslicus. Oh, popsicles. Popsicle? That's stupid. What do you mean popsicle is proprietary? What do you mean popsicle is trademarked? It makes no sense. What the fuck is this word? Oh, chapstick? Goddamn chapstick. I don't understand how that's proprietary either. Chapstick is chapstick a brand? Oh, it actually might be. Yeah, it is a brand. Chapstick is a brand. Okay, fair game. Popsicle isn't, though. I refuse to believe Popsicle is. I refuse to believe Popsicle is a brand. A trademarked brand. I refuse. Okay. Showboat, tennis, ID, witchcraft. Friendship, self-care, hunky-dory. Posture, okay, law, fine, charm, grandstand, swell, medicine, swagger. Like Band-Aid. Okay. That's valid. Yeah, it's called lip balm. Well, you can lip balm these nuts. Got him. Hunky dory. Fine, swell, okay, hunky dory. Copacetic. Yeah, bro. I'm a nut. French's self-care medicine posture? Fuck. Posture, swagger, grandstand, showboat. Is it like boasting? In a way? Be ostentatious. No, you're right. You were right. It's be ostentatious. No, you're right. Tennis court. I'm like thinking tennis court, a court of law. I don't know the rest of them. Abba! Oh my god, thank you so much for the 32 months of the tier 1. Mwah, thank you. We're trying to do connections. We got tennis, law, ID, charm, friendship, witchcraft, medicine, and self-care. I feel like maybe charm and witchcraft go together. Like Salem trials, like medicine and friendship. How about that? Fuck. Law, ID. Tennis and law are both things I hate, if that helps. Witchcraft goes with courts. Witchcraft court? A court of witchcraft? I mean, it could go like this, but then I don't know what else it would be. Court of law, tennis court. A courtesan? Like an an escort? Maybe? I look up hints. I look up hints. We're good. Yawning. Sorry. Okay. Okay. The hint for the connections are Flap and Link would fit here. You might want to give these a test run before you leap in. These ones? Wait, and then Flap and Link would fit here? Flap and Link? What does that mean? Like, there's a friendship bracelet, ID bracelet, charm bracelet. The fuck? Things you practice? um They did harder the most. What? I want the second, third. Worn on the wrist versus things that you do. Yeah, you get yeah, you get tennis bracelets. Yeah, an ID bracelet. Okay. Hell yeah. Okay. Good job, team. We figured it out. Fucking a little confusing, but we got there. We got there in the end, and that's what matters, you know? Alright, let me find a good spot for I was right, you were right. think I'm gonna copy it on this location. Indication! Oh, it's not tennis related. I thought it was. Is a tennis bracelet not related to tennis? Don't you wear it when you go to tennis? 8. It says 8.
You disrespect me. You disrespect my family. You call us stinky poopy babies.
Stinky poopy babies.
You punched my wife. You kicked my
You
baby.
punched my-
You kicked my fucking
You kicked my baby.
You ate our dog. You ate our house.
You ate our dog. You ate our house. Like a chain bracelet. But don't you wear it to like designed to fall off like when you swing a racket or like a bracelet? But yeah, but don't you like wear it so you look all dainty when you go play tennis? Your eye hole. Wait, this is supposed to be and. Eye hole and your butthole are the same. It's due to the sphincter muscle, which is a ring. A muscle surrounding and serving to guard. And serving to guard. Or close an opening or tube. You're starting to put it together. Oh, did you add it? Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. The tennis bracelets are cute though, but one could say that it's more controlled. Our eyes have what's known as a pupillary sphincter, which controls how much light, is reflected through your eye. Oh, my brain! I predicted it. You did. Whereas the butt has its own sphincter muscle that controls out body. So now you know when your eyes strain to the sun, due to nice. Dog. Okay. That is good. We are good on those. What else is next? What is next for today? I need to do a thing for Enshrined really quick. Let me check out my bugs. My bug. He had back to terrarium. You go. Grow big. I need him to grow big. Grow big. Go grow big. Now he's pupating. He's a pupa. Soon, my friends will be able to buy. Actually, no, we won't. God damn, never mind. I was like, soon we'll be able to buy the next one. Thank you for the lurk facts. We'll close that there. I'll close out of Moonlight for now, because I don't know if I'll do some. I want to test it, though. I do want to test doing Substance Painter stuff today, but first, we're going to do some Enshrined stuff. That's strange. Okay. Open. Yeah, pixels. Oh shit. God damn it. Just making sure you need 6 of these same map. Drawn all silly. And one of them just being the entrance. Where's the map I made? I think it's this one. But then I need like a crayon brush. Yeah, there we go. Hold on, I'm just gonna go make sure of something really quick. I'm not. Fine. Okay, I'm good. I got my instructions from my boss. We're good. I like it when Pixel is my boss. It's better than me being a boss. I just like to do the work. Okay, so let's turn this down. Let me go grab a paper texture. I'll put it in enshrined maps. Which one do I want? This one? One's to meet. No. This one? This one works. The max. Okay. So I gotta just circle some areas. So first is gonna be this area. Just finished the demo of Dispatch. Really short but really entertaining. Hell yeah, we'll play it next week. This area. And we'll do one of this area. This area. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. There we go. Alright, now I gotta hand fist my pen so I look like a toddler drawing. I can do this. Alright. And there's... Oh wait, no, I don't need the stabilizer. Come here. Like a river here. And then there's like a river here. I feel like no. Yeah, and then I can scale them up. Yeah. And then if they wanted to show the river, they'd probably be like... Sounds good. What's up?
The first one.
Yeah. Oh, it needs to be bigger? Okay.
Yeah, because it's someone who went this far. Doesn't know anything.
Okay, so hold on. Okay, and then like... Could they all be about that big?
Give or take, yeah. Like, it's one of those things where it's like they should have overlap, but they shouldn't all be exactly.
Okay.
Because it's like, you should be able to get most of it if you find, like, pieces. But there should be more than.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, you could just rip them in half. So it's like, I just need you to look at this example.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
just like,
yeah,
let's say he draws it like this, and like he sketches out a river. And then he's like, there's an old thing here, and that's it.
Yeah, like kind of that amount of detail, like, you know, literally like pick like child mountain here, like sort of thing. And this week it can just be block in. I just realized we need at least a couple for Friday.
And then let's say I wanted this to be the map, though, for example, for this section. You just
it would be like the full page.
That.
Yeah. I mean, and like this, if when we go to make it final, it'll be like, oh, it was drawn with charcoal and shit. But for now, like this is 100% that is what it is.
Okay.
Just like that, but this kind of general. Because it's literally like someone's walking through and they're mountain, river.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yep. And fucking they're like, this is some canyon. A weird canyon that I follow.
Let me know if you have no questions.
Nope, I'll be good, thanks. Mountains. Mountains. Okay. Will be map 1. Actually, I'll just keep them at this size. The Titanic. Remember when I was the one asking you questions because you were boss? Yep. I like not being boss. I mean, I like having a leader role, but at the same time, I don't. Out of 10. Let's do another mountain. And then that'll be map 2. And then I guess they could know like the general surrounding area, right? So it's like, be like, whoop. And then this one would be like, whoop. Yeah. And then new map would be like mountains. Mountains. And then circle. Be like, there's a lake here. Or something. And then mountain, 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 big rock. Something weird here. Maybe like dry canyon. Dry canyon. And then this one. And then would have also had this section. And this has a big thing. And then there's mountain here. Another mountain. And then river. 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 River down. Mountain. 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 And the new guy have some overlap right here. He can be like, whoa, they go like this. And their lake. And their mountain. And more mountain and mountain. And then there's river that go up and around. And then, but they're crevasse here. And they're mountain. Rock. Mountain. River. Okay. Now we go into these. I'll just group them and then redo them and then go one by one, making it an entire map. Right in his fucking face. Do I buy grad dresses from? Not really. The graduation dress that I wore was literally just a dress that I had. I didn't really want a new dress for graduation. Had one I liked. St. Matthews. I want to use like a different brush. Going in, but up my nose. 21 and way out of control. That is a good point, Pixels. Oops. That was hard as rock. That was hard as rock. And then, like, use some more deliberate strokes instead. At least it's a little bit more cleaner. And then that comes down here. And then in life, then I'd say my only friend. And then mountain. I wonder if I have any sketch brushes. Do I have any sketch brushes? Pencil brushes, dry medium, others. Engraving. What about this one? Yeah, this one could be good actually. That off, and then smaller. Good time. Since I came for my eyes. What the fuck? These don't work the way I think they do. Why doesn't it work with? So these are anything I like in seconds. Well, yeah. I mean, there's obviously nice dresses over there. Brushes. Do one of these. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah, I was just saying, please don't go super hard on these. I update them and do what? Yeah, whatever. I just don't want them to look like actual dog water, you know? Like, I want them to look bad, but not, like, bad. I'll try anything. And then it was 2 sizes too big, so my dad ordered a smaller one. Oh, it's okay, amazing, then yeah. That's valid. Just be careful, because Etsy has a long shipping time. Sometimes. But what does discounted mean? Does it mean it's not selling anymore? No, it just probably means it might be at a discount because maybe, like, someone else wore it. Or it was theirs, but they don't want it anymore. Just depends. The biggest thing I'd say is shipping, because sometimes... Discontinued! Oh, shit. Sorry. Yeah, discontinued means not being sold anymore. Listen, I don't know why we're asking me for what words mean. We literally have a dictionary. You could do exclamation point define, and then the bot can explain it for you. Like, you know? If you're leaving it to me, I'll give you my response, you know? I don't know if I have any cross-hatching ones. I don't think I do, so I'm just gonna go and do it like this. Yeah, because I'm an anomaly, you know? Just how it be sometimes. It's alright, it's alright. Yeah, something with percentage. You're too cute and upper they couldn't define exactly. I can agree with this. Grind world skit. 2. Alright, what 15% linear burn? Ooh, sounds like someone's car got broken into. Use the word in the definition. It doesn't know that. How's it supposed to know that? That's D10. What the heck? It's like saying, "Why am I dumb?" Because you are. Yeah. Sometimes that's just how it be, though. That's valid. I mean, hey, you could. To be fair, you could have asked Google. Someone keeps setting a car alarm off. It's about to drive me nuts. Dun, 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 dun. I don't like how I did that. Define raise. I don't know what dictionary we're taking from. To be fair. This is linear burn. Triangle, triangle. Rock. Rock. I don't like how I did this. How did I do river on the first one? It's like sketchy, so it's like. Like water. Another mountain. And then water. And then mountain. And then water. And I drink the poison from the same vine. And I ate it at the same time. All of us hands from the daylight. Export as map. 3. Thank you for the wellness check. I will redeem that in 10 seconds. Alright. Then we have new layer like this. And he would sketch out that this is all water. It's all water. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. In my school, I've started a cult about my friend's hair for some reason. Is it cool? They have cool hair? Is that why? Her friend just has cool hair. Uppies. Haha. Uppies. Oh no, this is old. This is the crevice. Okay, they like his yearbook pic. Yeah, whatever works, works, you know? They could start a cult of other things. Listen, they could have started a cult over other things, and it could have been a lot more dangerous, you know? So it's just good that they didn't do that. And I hate it at the same time, and I drink the poison from this. I want to make a wallpaper out of it. That's crazy. Do they have a good like yearbook quote? But like out of all the things that could have chosen, my hand for hair was what they choose. Listen, you don't choose the cult. The cult chooses you, you know? I forgot what part is this on that? It would have like water here. Okay. There's a person inside just knows they just chose a yeah, that's just how it is with cults. I don't think there's any rhyme or reason to cults, you know? A lot of cults don't have rhyme or reason. Like there was a cult where the guy just had people eat his poop. His pee and poop. You think there was a reason for that? Not really. Well, the reason that they said just really wasn't a great reason. To be fair. We are. Let's. Not to get lucky. Alright, good enough. Right to get lucky. Yep, that's what I have. That's what happens when I export and save at the same time. Right, there was a cult that wore white Nikes when they died. That's crazy. Why white Nikes? Like, why specifically white Nikes, you know? They all died in bed wearing white Nikes. That's weird. Get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up. All right, it's 7. So I think we're gonna play Cult of the Lamb for a little bit. Is my plan. I'm gonna play Cult of the Lamb for like maybe an hour or so until I get bored. Is my plan. Is until I get bored, and then. I say but I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna test doing stuff in Substance Painter. 20 years ago, on March 24th and 25th. Wow, a day after my birthday, 3 years before. 39 members of the Heaven's Gate cult went into a rented house in an upscale San Diego suburban and took their own lives in an attempt to board a UFO they believed to be trailing the passing Hale-Bopp comet. Hale-Bopp. One of the strangest aspects of the already bizarre cultural event was that the cultists' bodies were found decked out in matching black shirts and sweatpants, as well as fresh from the box pairs of black and white sneakers. In the weeks following the suicides, news programs broadcast video from inside the house around the world. The footage showed dozens of Heaven Gates members' corpses, each covered in a purple sheet with only the shoes peeking out from the bottom. That's weird as fuck, brother. That's weird as fuck. Just saying. That's weird as fuck. Get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky. Oh, this one. I forgot to give BLT a hat. Hold on. I just bring another one of these crowns in here. Here you go, buddy. There you go. Now he has a hat. Anyways, I found out this is because my gym teacher used to talk about it with the importance of leadership. My leg. Weird, but okay. Because people were touching balls that they were told not to touch. I mean, if it's a no-no square, it's a no-no square, you know? I like their hey, you don't know. You don't know. It could have been. It could have been. So you have 59 windows of it made my blood pressure spike. What do you mean? I mean, yeah, okay. Listen, one's crashing, okay? Here, I'll fix it. I'll fix it. I need this open. Listen, look. It's not that many. Look, see? Listen. It's not even that. Not even that. Man, I don't need this anymore. Okay. It's not. I have to. The fuck was that? Okay. Like look. See? They were fine. Disregard. Okay. My Google Home went off. It was spooky. Please don't bully. It's okay. It drives me mad too because he doesn't organize them. I don't mind if you have a lot as long as you organize it. Okay. Alright, what's the plan? How is everybody doing? Hi Ghosty, how's it going? Is everybody in this? I gave chicken drug fudge, but it's not enough. I need to wow them. Can you make a delicious meal for us to share? Did everybody get their blessings for today? Inspire. I hate having multiple emails, man. Hoggin. Bobby's old! But a few days left. I inspire you, my boy. Bobby's old! We're gonna have to resurrect him. Because I refuse to let him die. I refuse to let any of you die. We are an everlasting cult. That's how we work here, is we're everlasting. Well, people are ready to, Wait, let me do the seeds first, and then I'll do that. Is this an imposter? Who the fuck are you? Oh, it's Kool-Aid Man. Never mind. I think I'm missing. I hope I get sacrificed. I got sacrificed. Do we not have you? Hold on. It could be, I don't know if you were here when we did it. Oh. How do I see? Can it be in here? I was a blue fox looking dude. Oh, you're right. No, that's Rainer. Oh, no, you're right here. You're upset about something. Oh, I'm so sorry. I interrupted your conversation. Who's this? Patty? Patty, what the fuck? Who the fuck are you, bro? I don't trust Patty. Oh, wait, I made Patty. Ooh, I forgot. I may have forgotten that I made Patty. Am I still alive? Yeah. Yeah, you are. You're right here. I don't want to interrupt you guys, though. Yeah, you're still alive. Yeah, that's right. I'm here. Yeah, you could have another one, technically. Alright, is anyone else ready to upgrade? I don't think I am alive. You are alive. Alright, I gotta collect all these seeds. And this mushroom. Seeds. I somehow managed to perfectly match someone else that got good taste. This is true. Rainer does have good taste. There's nothing wrong with the length of my name. I agree with this. God damn, this takes forever, bro. I had to go to Flinky at Knucklebones. Well, no, there isn't, but when it's a game, it looks real funny. It is long. It's okay. I gotta gather all this fucking food. Your name is too short. Yeah, you should have been the Rhinosaurus Rex, yeah. Should have been the full thing. Alright, that's full. I got some poop. Oh god. I have so many berries. Y'all want me to make fucking a splendid vegetable feast? I don't know if I can do that. Splendid vegetable feast? Fish feast. What's the vegetable one? Pungent, mighty fish, poop, follower meat, gruel, deadly dish, hearty meat broth, pumpkin soup, mixed meal, egg meal. I don't have the blended vegetable meal, I don't think. I think that's like one of these. I don't have those. Anywho. Ooh, I almost burnt that one. Do you guys see that? I almost burnt that one. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, gotta mention something like Dinosaurus, sex with what? Insert very long name of animal or the scientific. Yeah. Rhinoceros' ex-girlfriend's hotter roommate. I love that. You pooping on the ground. What in the massive fuck is this, Garrett? Garrett! Did you just massive shit? Bro, that's crazy. That's crazy, bro. You be taking. Sorry, I had dairy. That's insane. That's crazy. Okay. You guys will eat up. I'm gonna fix the new wood area. What do we need? I need upgraded homes. Oh my god, you guys are pooping everywhere. Is it because the poop place is full? It's because the poop place is full. Let me make a new poop place. We need a new poop place. We need multiple things, not just a poop place, though. Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh, you guys can't hear the game, I just realized. Game. I'll, like, turn down the music a bit. There you go. We need to make multiple things. One of them things being another one of these. It needs to go here. And then we need another poop house. What do you mean we don't have money for poop houses? We don't have enough money! Guys, I need to start taking funds. Guys, I think I need to start taking funds. We don't have enough for poop housing. That's poop housing. Oh my god. Oh wait, we might. Hold on, wait. It's gonna take forever, but we actually might have enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Let me help you guys with this. Oh wait, it's a new day. My followers be inspired. There you go. Everyone's inspired now. Except for some. But that's besides the point. Oh, Crystal! Crystal's getting so old! Fine extortion. Listen. Listen, I'll only extort people that want it, okay? Okay, everything's looking pretty good. Everything's looking pretty good. We need a scarecrow here at some point. How are we out of seeds? We need more food. Take my money, Elaine. Okay. Oh, wait, 1 second. Okay, where are you? Hello. I need your gold. And in case you weren't inspired today, here you go. Oh, you leveled, didn't you? You did! Look at that. You leveled. Woo! Now we have 11 coins. Who else wants me to take their money? Actually, you guys are doing this, actually, so we don't have to do that. Never mind. Now we have 41 coins. Now I can make a new poop housing. That's what we need, right? I leveled up and contributed. You did. Devotion while they sleep never collapses. Place from multiple forms. A grand shelter or a shared shelter? I'd rather have a shared shelter because you guys already do a lot of devotion. Here, now we can have 2 pooping houses. When I'm on. Not when I'm spawned. I gotta go beat Blinky at Am I still? Yeah, but you old. You old. You're like, I only have a few days left. This is you. See the followers' thoughts. I have lived a good long life, but now I grow wary. It is okay. I'll revive you. Here at the Milk Club, we sacrifice. Listen, last time we sacrificed someone, all of your mental healths went to shit. So, and then we had a dissenter. Like, someone decided that, like, they wanted to, like, rebel against the cause the last time. If you really want it, I'll do it. But I was just gonna let you die of natural causes. You found your way fancy match? Yes, I do. I will. Oh, they have different difficulties. Alright, Flinky rolls first. 4, 5. A lot of you coincidentally hate sacrifices. Am I still young? You are still young. 6, that's crazy. 1. Am I still young, Kiwi? Kiwi, last time we played, we resurrected you. So, yeah, you're pretty young. Damn, fuck. 5. I should have done it on the other side. 6. I know it's not the goal, but that outfit worked out well. Yeah, because the other one, the sexier one, just... BZ's rigging is just too strong. Not that I'm mad, honestly. Oh, please let us play. Okay, we can do that after this. We had a quest here, so that's why I'm here. You get heads or tails. I like to flip all the time. With the higher numbers on the right side. God damn, bro. Get. Alright, we'll do this. Got a 4? Wait. Why can't I put it up there? Put it here. Why can't I put it somewhere? Game? Hold on, I gotta redo this. It didn't let me place my thing. I don't know how to play, but it was fun last time? Yeah, no problem. I just gotta beat Flinky first. Alright, 3. 5. Do 5 here. 6, okay. Oh, they were gonna be more aggressive. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. 3, 3. 1. 1. Unwritten, undefined. Yeah, I did this one a lot better than the last one. Maybe because it worked this time. 3? Let me put that there. Blank space before you open up the dirty window. Illuminate the words that you cannot find. Hell yeah! Fuck yeah! Fuck you, Flinky! Fuck you! Think you could best me? Think you could best me? I was supposed to be... I suppose you are better. Take this. Yahoo! Immune to poison, Pog. Pogger champ. Alright, Knuckle Bonesy times against chat. Wait. Versus. Alright. Alright, we're playing Knuckle Bones, chat. Play against me. We'll see who wins. See, it'd be funny because if I had money, we'd play, and then I'd be like, if I win, I owe 5 gifted subs, and then if you guys win, you guys owed 5 gifted subs. I won't do that. Because I don't have money for that. But I would if I could. It'd be fun. For you, open up the dirty window. Illuminate the words that you cannot find. Too delayed. I'm sorry. This thing has always been pretty delayed, though. I got the rain on yours. Until after I pick, it's a 6. Got a 6. I don't know if that helps. You got a 6. I'm getting a lot of matching dice. You got 5. You rolled a 5. No one else. What the fuck? Prediction started? That was my thanks. Yeah, I got you. What is this prediction? What is this prediction? I can't look at it. Oh fuck. What? Who wins? I win. I always win. You kidding me? I'm awesome. Goober. Oh, we're sorry that you're a goober. Illuminate the words that you cannot find. Bleaching for something in. What the fuck happened to the prediction? It's disappeared. Release your inhibition. Oh damn! Put it in the middle. Wait, why am I helping you? Never mind. Okay. Fuck. 160 only gonna win this baby. Better put it here. If I win, it's because I get 5 or higher. Oh, is it a tie? It's a draw! Let's go! We drawed. That's not bad. I accept that. I don't know why we're upset. But we tied, so let's go. I need vegetables, because I don't know how to make a splendid vegetable feast. We both give 5 subs. Oh no! Oh no! Or none of us give subs, because I'm poor. Smile. Alright, how's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Stone Run has run out of stone. Okay. Hold on. I gotta make a new stone place. Oh, I don't have enough money. What the fuck was that? Oh right, I forgot. I can give the god stuff. Alright, what do we janitor station? Oh god, you're in cosplay. I am in cosplay. Extortion, true. A morgue? Or a morgue? What's the difference? What's the difference between followers can collect and store bodies while you are away here, but it must be emptied before it is full or it will cause illness? Yikes. Okay, well, I don't know how many of you are gonna die, though. Who wins the prediction? I guess you do? I don't really know. I guess both sides win? I don't know. Beats me. Alright. Oh, sorry. I need to build a new mine. Oh, we need money. Boffy, give me money. I can't ask for money from you. Did you all get your blessings for today? I need money. Give me money. Thank you, Kiwi. We got 23 coins. How much is it for a stone mine, though? Isn't it 30? It is 30! I didn't get my points. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know. Give me money. Need more money. No, I don't. I need to put the poop in here. Guys better be making sure everything gets pooped. Ooh, golden poop. Oh, perfect, actually. Oh my god, I was surprised I wasn't more excited for that. Are you guys hungry? You guys are hungry? And then do one of these. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Go to the toilets. Use the toilets, please. Alright, and then I'm gonna put in some more gold. Oh, we don't have enough? Oh shit, nice. Nice, alright. Why? Who pooped? No! Who pooped next to the kitchen? Don't poop next to the kitchen, that's not good. That's bad. That's bad. Don't do that. Alright. Can I make a share? Does one of these in it? I have to make 8 and 10. Alright, so let's make 5 of these. 5 of those. I poop where I want? That's crazy, Vex. We have a pooping room. We have poopy places. Oh, look. You guys are old. Okay. Can I look at my quests? I have other quests. I track them all. Those are 20 mesticide mushrooms. What? How many do I have? How many mushrooms do I have? I have 50. Wait, no, those were the spores. Oh. Oh, I have 45. Okay. I go to Sozo. Oop. Wait, so you can only claim from the totem when the bar fills up? Yep. The Twitch one is different than the like worshiper one. And you guys get to like do other things with it, I think. So we get two totems. You will get brainwashed too. Do you beans want to get high? Look at this. We're going on a trip with our favorite psychedelic. Okay, because I saw the Twitch one was almost full and I was confused. Yeah. They will do whatever says it's different and lose no faith, but afterward many of them will fall sick. Oh well. Yeah, I can't do this because we have no sick bay. We're all hoping and praying that you guys just don't get sick. So found holy talisman. Oh yeah, these are to unlock other cloaks, that's right. Perform brainwashing, unlock fleece. Unlock fleece. I don't want to perform the mushroom ritual though, because you guys will be sick and then that's it. I'll be praying. I say no, no, no. You all are too old. Some of you are too old. If you get sick, you might just die. We haven't had a sermon for today. I'm gonna rush it. Nighttime sermon. Look at all of you. Today's sermon is please poop at the designated poop corners. Please do not poop next to the kitchen. It is having people throw up and get sick, which is not great. I'm gonna be honest, guys. And I'll unlock everything. Yeah. And we don't want our fellow guys getting sick, you know? Alright. Good talk. Good talk. See the crown. I can get a new cape now. All hearts are replaced with 1.5 times. Draw 4 tarot cards, but none can be drawn after. But resets when you take it to take double damage. Release glass cannon curse deals double. And gain 1 maximum 1 poison and taking damage. I'll try this one. Wanna watch Viz while a game? No problem. We'll be here. Oh wait, whoa, was that? Oh, so I still get to wear the one that I had? No. Wrong. Okay, I'm not doing the mushroom one just because I don't want you guys to get sick right now. Boop. Let's go, people. Back to workies. I'm a bit time. I don't know the answers to. Alright. Google's like, bro, you need to figure this out on your. I think I'm at the boss. I think with this one. I feel like we're at the boss with this one, but I don't remember. No, do if I'm doing it. Oh, I have to do a heavy attack, that's right. Oh no, these I have to do in order. I see. Ow. Ow. No, stop. I'm gonna die. This high risk, high reward shit is dicey, bro. Go this way. What? I forgot what the heavy attack. Hold on. What's the heavy attack? Rolls. Right. Okay. Oh, he died because of that? That's crazy. What a loser. This way. Is this something special? Oh, it's just things I have to fight. Okay. I'll just dance. Ow, fuck. Ow. Get out of here. Come here. Little froggies. Can I have more health, please? Fuck. No. Fuck. Give me health. Give me health, please. Oh, I died. Okay, so the new cloak is cool and all. But I suck. So maybe not the play? If I die too much, I'm gonna lose faith in me. And that sucks. We do a new sermon. Sermon time. Alright, cool. Alright, all better. Oh wait, let me do, I wanna unequip. I don't wanna wear this anymore. I wanna wear this one. Alright. And then when we get the sextants, that's when I'll go naked. Wait. I reassure you, it's gonna be okay, buddy. You don't have to be a jerk forever. And then everybody come get your inspiration. Oh, I did this in a horrendous way. That's fine. Oh, sorry about that. I'm not gonna be able to finish Ghosty's quest because I don't have the meal. Well, Lane, this is Switch, not Blue Twitch. What? Huh? Alright, how close are we to inspire you? Good beans, good beans, good beans. Alright. We need 10 poop? We need 10 poop for this? Oh, wait, perfect. Perfect. See, look at what happens when you all poop in the right place. Okay, who pooped in the wrong place, though? Whoa, glowing poop. Alright, you're good now. Alright, I do have to cook a little food, though. Boop, boop. Don't get naked after you make this. That's illegal. It's not illegal! I gotta free ball it, you know? Sometimes you just gotta free ball a little bit. God damn, I need more seeds. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, I forgot I need to paint the ground for our other thingamabob. Fucking bird. Damn, we were really out of seeds. I was not planning that. And then... Okay. Alright, cool. And just receive all it is. Nice. Nice. Fuck yeah, we upgraded to the max. Everyone's coming to help, except for the old people, because you're old. Whoa, look at that! God damn! Wow, look at that! I like it. Good job, everyone. Alright, I gotta go get food. Gotta go get food, and I gotta go get... Yeah, I'm in the different cloak now. I gotta go get food, and I gotta go kill that boss, so I can go kill the next boss. And then... go from there. An umbrella. Era. Dystopian era. See, that makes me have false confidence because that made me believe that I could have come back in here with the damage multiplier cloak. Oh, never mind. Ah! Yeah. This way is the Buffy. Ooh! This one. Thanks, Clonic. Bloop, 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 bloop. I missed entirely. Cool. Very cool. Alright. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck is this guy? I forgot what this guy does. Ow! Die. I think he, like, gives a shield to the other, like, cultists. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, it's too short. Okay, got it. Woo! New tarot card? Damages everything. Oh, nice. Next. Oh. Oh, I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. There's too many things happening at once. I lost my new card. Damn it. Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. Gain an extra heart, Pog. Yippee. Alright, we need food. Let's do this one. Because we'll give him a meat. Whoa, what the fuck? It's just like a big meat. Big meat. Big meat. Alright, now I got a bunch of meat. Meat, 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 meat. I'll go this way. I don't think we have a lot of money, though. Oh. Ambrosia, increase attack. What's this? What is this? Choose a follower form, doctrine, a blueprint. How much is a follower form? Ooh, it's a bison. Oh, I could only pick one? Oh, thanks, chat! I'll buy this too. Yeah, used. Nice. Alright, let's go! Let's go further! I'll go here. What is this? Oh, it's the relic shit. Hog? I forgot what this one does, but nice. Alright, boss time. There's a child screaming. Steal. Wait, can I break this? Fuck you. I'm about to beat you the fuck up. You don't need no shrines no more. Ooh, 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 upgraded weapon. Hounds of Fate. Yes, please. Yes, please. I love the Hounds of Fate. Oh, wait, no. What's wrong with him? Wait. Wait, no, I'm... Oh, what the fuck? There you go. I was clicking the wrong button. Nice. Alright, and then go this way. I don't know if this is a good idea, but I'm doing this anyway. Ooh, it gave me hearts. Oh yeah. Get them hounds. Nice. Nice. Alright. Ooh, buff. A buff for me. Let's do this one. Nice. Ooh, ooh. I feel so used. I don't have the taste. Lumber pog. Alright, time to go beat the boss. Time to go beat the boss. I'm sitting up. You believe in me, chat? I don't know what that did. Oop, that's the wrong ability. Oh my god. Oh, stay clear, stay clear. Clear! Oh my god. Alright. It's this part where I have to fight the mobs. Alright, good, good, good. Okay, and then this one. Ooh. Don't do that. Stop it. Alright, cool. Now Haket's back. Oh, I got this. I got this. Sober Me has got this in the fucking bag. Let's go! Sextants! Closer than we think. Oh my god, my armpit itches. Yahoo! Fuck yeah! I want these mushrooms. Woo! A trophy for killing Haket. Well, you know, we should build some of these trophies. I was gonna say, maybe we're not trophy people, but no, I think we are. A new animal form, it's a rhino. Oh my god, rhino! Oh my god, I got the rhino form. Damn, poor rhino. Blinky Blonky, we did it. You don't embarrass me, motherfucker. Yes! I don't know if you can rejoin it, but I could just make another one of you when you die, if you want. And the shepherd shall make a way in the wilderness, rivers in the desert, and light in the dark. Ooh. Ooh. I'm gonna eat a banana. I'm gonna eat a banana. Look, I have returned my minions. Is Rhino old yet? He's not. Look, I brought the heart of a beast. I'm so down for that. Okay. I will do that when you die. I will. Can we build the new shelter yet? We can! Because I have 10 poo-poo. Oh, okay, hold on. Hold on. Oh wait, no, I have to do like this. I forgot. That's what you're saying.
I love stealing.
I love taking things. Listen to me. Words, words, advice. I don't know how many beds I'm allowed to remove, so. I'm just like, who you want me to be? I'm just gonna see. And I'm too fucking clean. That's what I've been. I love stealing. I love taking things. Still not enough beds for him. Make another one. More gold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, one of the wood things broke again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, we need bars. Oh wait, yeah, that's fine. Oh, 2 of them broke at the same time. That's actually really nice when they break at the same time. Guys, I need money. Hold on, wait. I can give the god mushrooms. I don't want mushrooms. Bones? I'll also give you bones. What about some wood and stone? Okay. I have enough now. Come home to me. Oh, we gotta get the new refineries, right? I forgot. We gotta unlock the new ones. And I'm too fucking clean. You told me to get a job and you asked where the hell I've been. 3, 5, and 6. I'm too clever. I'm too fucking dumb. It's unfortunate that we don't get 1 seed per berry bush. Or at least I don't. Yeah, it's like possibly we get 2. Damn, okay. That means we're just dwindling our seed supply, which is unfortunate. Feel bad that I can't do Ghostie's quest because I don't have the recipe for it. I think it's because I need to go to the 3rd area. We need to unlock the 3rd area so I can get the next, like, another food ingredient. Because I think we need 1 more veggie for that to work. I'm gonna paint this really quick. I want to paint this. Hate it when I cry unless it's that time of the month. Oops. I like this. I think it looks cute. There we go. And then can I build any of the farming stuff? Yeah, like this. Fuck, that's kind of annoying. Yeah, it's fine. God damn, that costs $30 fucking dollars? $30? For $30 hairs for what? For what? No! Buffy! My boy! I'm harvesting your meat. I harvested your meat. We're gonna eat you. We're gonna eat you. Don't you worry. We're gonna eat you, buddy. You're not gonna go to... Where is it? Where is it? This one? Minced follower meat? I got you, buddy. I got you. I'm cooking you up. Alright, there you go. Actually, I'll go buy another one. I'll go buy another one. Hog. Let's see, I think? Why? Oh my god, chicken jockey! Come here. You're going to prison. To prison! You are definitely sustaining. Why is everyone upset? I think everyone's upset because we ate your food. I think everyone's upset that we ate your body. Okay, I gotta go. I gotta go inside and do a sermon. Everyone's really fucking mad that we ate you. I think they found out that you were stealing everyone's chocolate bars when we ate you. I think that's why everyone's mad. This one. Rude, they should respect my wishes. I wouldn't steal. How dare you? Okay, I'm just saying. Hey, these aren't my allegations. This is just what I'm hearing from the other followers, alright? Actually, this is perfect because I wanted to do a feast. Alright, eat up, guys. Everyone's so upset that we ate Boffy. That's fucking crazy, dude. I didn't know we'd be so upset. I thought I have the doctrine where it's like it's good if we eat our fellow. Maybe I don't have that yet. Maybe I didn't do that doctrine yet and I just made you guys eat sustenance. Oh fuck, maybe I didn't. Cannibal. Yeah. Oh! I fucked up. It's okay. We learn from Boffy's meat that we like cannibalism. You know? We didn't know before, and that's, you know, that's understandable. What's this? When killed on a crusade for the first time, sacrifice a follower to be resurrected. Eat to receive a heart that will depend on what's eaten. I like this one. Okay. I mean, we'll get them all at the end, right? So. Around the world. My meat is full of knowledge, clearly. Doctor. We can get the sustenance one. There you go. Alright, good job, everybody. Alright, let's go buy a new Boffy. You need to be taught. Re-educate you. Stop being a stinky. If we have one where it's like no one, we have to wait. World around the world around. Ooh, can we make another? What, Rainer? Go back in. Go back into prison. Rainer broke. People are sick? Oh, how did people get sick? It's because you guys made them sick? Oh my goodness. Oh my god, 2 of you are ruling against. I'm gonna kill you. Who is this? Who is this? This is Kiwi's sibling. Ah, god damn it. Ah, god damn it. Why we can't have nice shit? This is why you're not getting the third poopin' house in. Instead, I'm getting you work stuff. We're getting the work stuff instead. That's what you guys get. God damn it, guys. Alright, we gotta go get a new Boffy. Nice. Go get a new Boffy. Alright. Give me him. Alright, come on, new Boffy. You're coming with me. Boffy, are you ready?
Ain't gonna fit,
the salami lid.
So the salami lid.
Goddamn, Kiwi siblings loud as fuck. Alright, Boffy.
Salami lid ain't gonna fit like that. So the salami lid, and it's the salami lid.
There you go. Oh shit, Mr. Ender Monkey! Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. And raffle. Oh shit! It's not Boffy. I'm sorry, Boff. Lose faith when a follower dies. Harder to level up and may start fight with other followers. God damn, Mr. Ender Monkey, what the fuck? You stole, and then you know what you did? You know what you did next? You then start fights with people? That's crazy, dude. Okay. We have to have a sermon in the morning because everyone's upset at me. You can't? Oh, that means I have to remake you? Oh, wait, could I resurrect you though? Hold on. Could I resurrect you even though we ate you? Sacrifice. But then it's gonna make you guys upset. I don't give a shit. We're bringing them back, boys. We're bringing Boffin back. Ew. What's up with your eyes? What's up with your eyes? Why are you weird? I don't think that happened to Kiwi when he came back. What's happening? Why aren't you in here? So how did I daze? I think I might have to mushroom you guys. I might have to mushroom you guys. Maybe not. It's kind of fucked up you ate. Fucked up you ate me and then resurrected me. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Everyone might be a little bit upset, but like, it's fine. Oh my god, why are there 2 more old people? Why are you guys old? Oh no, Sunny's old now. Those pancake. Like, I'm still inside. You don't know that. You need me to take her? Oh, the baby just wake up from a nap. Oh, my little Momo Bean. She's trying to leave. Alright. He gives no shits about me. I gotta make Moira in this game. Good, good. More stuff. Alright, we gotta make the better lumber yard. Hey, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck, re-educate you. Shut the fuck up, Lychee. Oh my god, Boffy? Boffy, are you okay? Oh no! Oh no, Boffy's fucking... Oh no, Boffy's a zombie! I didn't know he could be a zombie! Alright, you're all fixed. I will release you. Alright. Now it's Lychee's turn. Get in prison. Get in prison for being a stinky baby. Oh, my poor babies are sick. Do we have enough beds for people? Hold on. I don't know if we do if I do this. Do we? I guess we do. It didn't say anything about not. Everybody had to clean up the poop himself. I mean, he's a zombie. What have you done to curse to me? A cursed reflection of my life, pulled back from the precipice, but incomplete and hungry. I'll fix you. Eventually. I'll fix you. Yeah. Look at you. You're just a zombie. Let's make some of these. Make some of these. I don't think we have any money because we bought a dude, so yeah. How are the pooping houses soon? Any brains? Unfortunately not currently. If one of the old people die, I can give you their bones. Or meat. What's this? Okay. I'm gonna go back out and kill things. We need gold. We need a lot of gold. Actually, why didn't I refine gold? Actually, no, yeah, let's go. Let's go. Oh, hey, what's up, dude? Oh, shit. Oh, okay. How to buy those. Alright, let's open the doors. And open the doors, my loves. Can we open the other one? Nice. Can we open this one too? We can! We can open both! Nice. I didn't know you could just open all of them. I want to do the one on the left first though. Bye guys! Actually, don't I need crystals? Where would crystals? I feel like crystals could come from over here. I think it's possible. Ooh, this place is pretty. It's got water caustics. That's cool. What's this? I don't know what that ability is. Oh, interesting. Hammer has like a little targeting thing. That's cool. I kind of like that. Makes you kind of slow, but it's cool. Wait, I see the crystals. Oh, 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 oh. There's more crystals over here. I see you. Nice. What the fuck? Jellyfish! Jellyfish. Ew, evil jellyfish. Ew. Ew, what the fuck? Oh, oh. Someone's mad at me. I didn't know this one was a fish one. He has sent many vessels like you, one after the other. They all fall. You've gotten further than most, granted. I shall enjoy watching your cult rot from the inside. No! No! You son of a bitch! We're gonna have to invest in med bays. I hadn't invested in med bays because I was like, everyone's so healthy. I really like this hammer. It's a nice hammer. Nice buff time. Is this the ground must be pursued or the force of will that come? Let us draw. The first card, a beacon. The second one, a shadow. Third, something lost or perchance taken. Card inverted. Card speaks, a relic calls. Yours to seek and to claim. Cool. I don't know if I should have taken the other one, actually. What the fuck? What just happened? Something just happened at the base, and I don't know what it was. What happened? Hello? What? What's happening? Mr. Endy has a terrified of death trait? Okay. Is that because people are sick? We need more gold, though. Can I beat the boss and then go home, you think? Whoa, wait, there's grapes and then there's the other thing. Someone died and he saw them, I think. Oh, damn, I wonder who died. Oh, this is hops. Cool. I wonder what we can make with hops. Sure, I guess. You've take me by the hand. Understand. Hope is a real trip. Ocean man. Fuck you and your statue. Oh, it didn't let me do it. Okay. I like these jellyfish. Oh, spiders. Ooh, give me your meat. Need your meat. Need your meat for my followers. One of my followers turned into a zombie, so he really needs the meat, to be fair. That has bombs. Not good enough bombs, I guess. I like this hammer a lot. Ooh. Shoot 3 projectiles once. I'll take that. Look at the crown. Shoot projectile. Oh, interesting. Okay. Man. There's a real trip. Come here. Ow! Fucking asshole. Ow. Alright, let's go this way. Gimme, 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 gimme. Yeah. Cool. Boss time. Nice, 41 coins. That's good. That's good. What's up, Salios? Ow, what the fuck? Ow, what the fuck? Ow, don't be a bitch. Okay, I really like this hammer, but it feels not great against this guy. I'm gonna be honest. Please, they can't lose faith in me. For I am their anime protagonist. Oh shit. Oh shit. Ow, fuck. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, please. I have never fought this boss before. Oh, he's poisoned. Nice. Oh. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh, ow. Ow. Yay! We did it. Oh shit. Cauliflower or cauliflower seeds? Let's get cauliflower. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. Tell the world that I'm coming home. Continue. What is this? I see pings. Buffy just ate rhino! Buffy just ate rhino! Buffy just... Buffy just ate rhino! He knew Rhino and I think they were conspiring. I think Rhino told him to eat him because he wants to be the new Rhino one. God damn, dude. Buffy, you can't be doing this. Alright, I gotta remake Rhino. Okay, I gotta remake Rhino. You got some good. Oh, this is like the same. Okay, so Rhino, store us. Okay. Choose form. You gotta be the Rhino, and I'm sure you want to be the green one. I'll make you green. I'm making you bald. Is that fucking Buffy making that? No, everyone's just throwing up. Oh, what's a V? You will mine. Oh my god, someone died! Crystal Camu died! Oh my god, Crystal is dead. No, I need to prepare their body for food. Harvest their meat. Oh, I got the necklace back. Oh wait, what the fuck? I have their body? Oh my god, guys. Alright, hold on. Bury body. Okay. Alright, Crystal has been buried. So many of you are fucking throwing up. Alright, Rhino. Rhino, my boy. Actually, I want to give you something. There you go. Buffy, don't eat this rhino, okay? Rhino's different. Cool. Okay, we need the med bay stuff. Healing bay, leader tent, med bay. But he looks so tasty. No, stop. We got the healing bay. We're gonna fix you. Oh, we need 5 wood. Oh, thank God. I set you guys up for this. I set you guys up for this while I was gone. Perfect. Perfect. I don't know if we need those right now. Alright, Buffy, we're gonna fix you right on up, okay? Don't you... Wait, what? Requires a healing. Oh, fuck. Okay. This will go... One will go... I don't know where I want to put this, actually. I want to put this here? Where the sex... The sex tent's gonna go over there. So, yeah, we'll put the healing bay over here. Like in the central area. I'm gonna move it later, too, so... Alright, Buffy, we're gonna get you fixed up. Don't you worry. Now, do I have enough to make the second one? No, I need more lumber. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I know, it tastes like Paladin. New day, so we need to do a sermon. You guys aren't incredibly hungry. Someone is hungry, though. Rainer is hungry. Okay, we should have food. Yeah, we can make some of this. Ow! Ow, my brain, please! Alright, there we go. Dude. Alright, we have the med bay. Buffy, you need so much to heal you! Frick! Frick, man! Don't eat pixels! Don't! Oh my god, I'm so afraid that you're gonna keep eating people. Oh my god, what am I gonna do about this? We need more flowers? We have to go get more flowers? God damn. Oh, V has a thing? Hold on. What's up? Thank you, leader. My faith is... Oh. I don't know what I did, but okay. I'm an aphrodisiac since I am horny. That's crazy. Re-educate. Oh, I already re-educated the forward. Okay. Gather up some of this stuff. Bobby is bricked up right now? Oh my god. We don't have the sex tent yet. Wait. Wait, we don't even have the sex tent yet. Give it a second. Gosh. The rigor mortis. Put more seeds in here. I got hop seeds, but I really don't know what hops. We need to go in here. We have a sermon. So that way you can all love me again. Thank you for the contribution, Kiwi. Sure. Oh, wait, I didn't read that. That's actually really good. Pog. Let's go. Nice. Ooh. We can do another doctrine. Alright, what is it gonna be this time? It will be... Law and Order. Dun dun. Is all fair and ritualistic... What the fuck? Perform a ritual at your temple in which two followers fight to the death unless you're feeling merciful? I want to marry Pixels. I understand that that's not full chaos, but I'm getting married. You guys can't stop me. Marriage! I want to do it. I want to do it. No! I want to get married! I'm just a girl! Marry me to new Rhino? I don't know if I can I have followers marry each other? I think it's me getting married. No! No fighting. We're getting married. I'm getting married. Where's Pixels? I want this one. Why can't I click this one? Why can't I marry Pixels? Let's Twitch chat decide. No, I want to marry Pixels. Why? I'm so upset. Did I do something wrong? Oh no, okay. Cool. Who dropped a card? Ooh. Ooh. Cool. Oh. Hattie is sick. Hattie is sick. We're gonna get more sick if keep having this shit. Oh shit! It upgraded again. Wow, straight marriage and Pride Month? Get the shit hetero shit out of here. What are you telling me, a lamb? You telling me a lamb and a snow leopard can't get married? That's kind of rude. Kind of rude. Oh my god, no! Pancake! Wait, no! God, everyone stop crowding around me. No, Sunny is dead. Aww. Ivy. Well, there's a creature at our door seeking a place to call home. And, well, I've never seen anyone who looks like them. Will you let him in? Sure, I guess. Oh my god, everybody's throwing up everywhere! Stop throwing up everywhere! And Bobby, stop eating people! I voted for Goodwills. I didn't think it meant pancake. Listen. Listen. Stop. You pooped. Oh my god, you pooped right outside the thing. Alright, I gotta remake Sunny. I'm gonna make Sunny. I wanna make her as her VTuber though. Me. Natural skeptic. Okay, that's valid. Wait, I can't? Aww. I'm gonna name him Jack Black. It makes a lot of sense if I were to invite a panda named Jack Black into our cult and everyone's like, why? Clinton Steele. Hog. Hog. Yeah. All fixed. We need to go back and get more stuff. That isn't Panamore, he's Steve. Listen, he can be whatever we want him to be, you know? Wink. Alright, let's get the, can we get the next healing bay? No, we need 10 flowers for it. Ooh. Let's do this. Let's actually do that, though. Notice it was one off. Is it? It still says it's one off, though. It's been saying it. Do I have to reconnect my Twitch, maybe? Hold on, let me sign out and sign back in. Hi, Tin. Authorize. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry that it's broken. I don't know why it is. Scammed. I'm sorry! Alright, here's his body. Put him in here. Alright, everybody's going to bed. We're still sick. Boffy's still crazy. You died. You did die, unfortunately. You died of old age, my love. I'm sorry. I will make a new you. I will scour the lands to make a new you. I want this refinery. Oh, Pog. And I also want another one of these. Yeah, you died of a long old age. Alright, this one. Way we can build a new one of these. Put it right on top of Ghosty. Ooh, you were sick and it makes me sad. Do old people not sleep anymore? Do old people just roam around? I made one for you. Oh yeah! Okay, yeah, because technically, yeah, no, let's do that. We can do that. I can go get a follower and some flowers. It's gonna take me a second. Because I want to build this new hut. Okay, cool. Gonna be good. I gotta wait till morning though. I catch bugs. I got Boffy being a weirdo. Stop eating people, okay? Or if you want to eat people, eat the people at the crypt. Go to the crypt. Alright, filter has collapsed. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. We have plenty of other beds. Alright, I need to re-educate you. So you get the fuck out of here. Now I will release you. Wait, what the fuck? You're still... Oh my god, you're still evil. You're still evil! Alright. Sermon time. Sermon. Boffy's in here too. Then I got old and die and surrounded by loved ones. Yes, this is true. This is true. Good job, everyone. Oh my god! We have so much money. We gotta buy it. We didn't eat her. I keep clicking the wrong button to harvest people. Alright. Yeah, gimme. Alright. Alright, Mew. I got you, wifey. Alright, let's get you in here. Weep, weep, weep. Alright, there you go. Please spare me. Follower raffle. Start. There you go. There you go, my love. What the fuck? No, I gotta stretch. Oh my god. Okay. Speed run. Thank you. Oh, Lily, you're so cute! Okay, what are you? You don't like getting sick. You can be pet, though. But you ignore the rebels. You're faithful. Nice. I will have you work at the farm. And I would like to pet you. Pet. Okay. I want to look at this. What does this do? And the crown requires 1 divine inspiration. Okay. Only way to be faithful to the almighty land. Yippee! We need an extra bed now. Let me... How much do we need for this? We don't have enough at all. Okay. I'll just make one of these. Just make one of these. And then let me move this one here. Alright. I need to clean up. Where are we cleaning up? Oh, it's down here, okay. So y'all throw up in the corners. Y'all will throw up in the corners, but y'all won't poop in the corners. Y'all poop in the kitchen. Like, what the fuck? Okay, the golden poo-poo. Oh, the golden poo-poo. Nice. I can make some bars of gold. I don't think I made enough of these over here. That can go there. And then another scarecrow would be nice for this side of the farm. That groaning is gonna drive me nuts. I guess that's the point though, yeah. We need another seed silo. Which and then let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just spread the toilets around so they can get to them in time. Or, hear me out, you just get to them in time. But no, you're valid. That's valid, alright. We'll move them. Move. We'll put one up here. We'll put one there. And then we'll put one over here. Okay? Now we have 2 different outhouses. We can see right away. Alright, I gotta go get flowers to make people feel better. When age calls, you can't set it to voicemail. Maybe I want to. It's this one. This one, the first one is the one that has the thing. The thing. Oh, Gore's not ill anymore. Yippee. I'm happy. Ow. Give me all these flowers. Full health. Fries. Like, I want to shit myself. Yep. You are correct. This is my doctrine. You will all shit yourselves. In the bathroom. Ooh, didn't see that one coming, did ya? Ow. There we go. Buff. The world is my bathroom. Exactly. But like, yeah, but also no. You know? Like, yes, but no. You know? Like, yeah, I want you to see the world as your oyster, you know? Your own latrine. But also understand that the latrine has to be kept clean by everybody, you know? Not just one person. Whoa. Ooh. Pancake died. God damn it. God, I can't leave a day without somebody up and dying on me. God damn. I'll go this way. Ooh. I'm picking grapes. Please be nice. Please be nice. I'm picking grapes. Please, I'm picking grapes for us. I think we can make wine or something. Boffy needs a fuck ton of flowers to get better. Let's go this way. Imagine dying, I know, right? Crazy. You see the random relic. Ooh. Oh, I like this one. Thank you. Alright, I'll go all the way to the boss then. But I was thinking about just going back, but it might be a waste. What the fuck? What the fuck? What does this do? What does this do? Oh shit, does this just take us to the boss? Oh shit, it does. God damn, alright, bet. I have a demon. I have a little baby demon helping me. I missed that one. I don't know where the demon went. I think he died. You know, I didn't realize that if I sacrilege the statue, it just takes me to the boss. I kind of like that though. Because you get the most resources just from fighting the main boss. So many little guys around. Yeah, oh. Ow, ow. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. The relic was treasure, so when you got hit, it broke. That's crazy. That's okay. At least I had a little demon guy helping me out for a little bit. Better than nothing. Oh my god, I'm getting hit. I'm getting hit. I have to be careful. I'm staying still. I'm staying still. Oh, ow. I did it. Easy. Give me loot. Oh, damn. Look at all that money. Ooh. Ooh. We're rich. Their greed sickens me. This is the greed that the Bible speaks of. We need more flowers, though. I don't really know where to get more flowers. Hey guys, I'm back. Alright, hold on. Harvest meat. There we go. There, now Buffy can maybe eat without being all cookie crazy. I want the leader's tent. I want this one. I want this. I think, Buffy, I'm sorry. I think this is bugged. I think the totem is bugged. It's like not doing anything to help us. At all. Like, it's stuck at 9. Badge. Let me put it. I'm sorry, Bobby. It can't, you know, it counts in my heart, you know? Alright, we gotta go get more flowers for Buffy. I don't need more money. That was the wrong one. Ooh, I want one of these though. I want one of these. One of these right here. Why can't I place it here? Put it here. And then I need 10 of whatever the fuck that is. Okay, Pog. What else do we need? We need this, so we need 10 bars. 2, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 1, 2. Okay. Alright. Someday we will heal you, Buffy. You will be alright. Someday you will be alright. Alrighty. I'm gonna go to the lighthouse. Yeah, I wanna go see if I can catch a crab. I haven't finished this guy's quest either, the fish guy that's down here. I'll take this. We have plenty of money. Well, now we have less, but... Okie doke. Alright, let's go fishing. I'm a little fishy. What the fuck is that? A relic? That's crazy. Instant refill for Earth. That's cool. I just want a crab. Well, this is an expired quest. Oh shit, I got one. Hey dude, here you go. Yippee. Boy, I like you. This is my life. Now we just need a crab. Will it give us a crab? Oh my god, it gave us a crab! You got to I did. Yippee. Now I never have to come here again unless I want to feed you guys fish. Oh, I can buy them. Cool. What's up? Never liked him anyway. Damn, that's crazy. I think you guys have stuff for me, don't you? Thank you. I'll get your crystal eventually. Hello. Alright. Did we make the gold? We make the gold so we can have the cheaper healing base so we can maybe fix Boffy. I don't think we will be able to. But let's re-educate Lychee so they don't have to be in here anymore. There you go. Everyone get inspired. I like the little dancey they do. He's cute. Good job, everyone. So proud of everybody. Oops. Alright, I think we can make the new med bay now. We can. Just let us work all together so we may heal Boffy of his afflictions. His rigor mortis afflictions. I didn't want to speak to Patty. Go away, Patty. Alright, Boff. We need to get one more crystal and we need 20 more flowers. Oh. And I'm presuming people are hungry. Yep, they are. Okay. I spent 2 hours watching dogs and then spent 20 minutes trying to get a dog out from under a bed. But hey, I'm home and loving your little kid. Thank you! It's the Cult of the Lamb one. History book on the shelf. Always repeating itself. Didn't someone die? Yeah, Pancake died, didn't they? Or did I already take care of that? I don't remember. New day, new sermon? Yes, new day, new sermon. Cool. Nice. Oh, we're so close to the next one. Nice. Dog. Alright, is there anything else that we want to... Not really. Boop, boop. I don't think so. Yippee! Wait, does that mean Boffy's okay now? Boffy? Boffy, where are you? Boffy! No, Boffy's still cursed. Okay. That's valid. But now everybody's not sick, which is good. Oh, we're so close. Alright, I gotta go out to get more flowers for Boffy. Flowers and crystals, huh? So let's do another... Let's do a... Oh, wait, I could buy... Oh, okay. Oh, that was a lot more. Oh. Oh, my thing's lagging. Do I need to reconnect? Jack Black and Kool-Aid Man became friends? That's cool. I'm glad they're friends. Okay. Oh, I came back because I wanted to plant more seeds. Yeah. Gather these guys. Wait, can I? Oh, I can. Yee. Yee. Hey, this side is meant to be this one. Okay, whatever. Doesn't really matter. Pop music, talk about. I kind of want to give you guys psychedelics. I think I kind of want to do that. I don't know if I'll do that yet. Alright, how many flower things do we have? We have 3. And we have some necklaces to give out. You'll take them? Hell yeah. I'm gonna do the other mining thing, I think. What is this? Increase the growth speed within range, slowly regenerating. Interesting. Wait, so did I do this wrong? No, that's correct. And then... Oh, okay. I think I'll do the stone mine. I think I want to do the stone mine next. I'm kind of tired of it breaking. Oh, we also need to make the new refineries. God damn it. How could I forget? Coffee's groaning is gonna drive me nuts, brother. Okay, what don't we have? We don't have whatever the fuck that is, and we don't have enough gold. But for this one, we need 6 gold bars, and then we can make it? Okay. Flowers. Live for hours. Need more money. And go out and kill a god. Or his avatar. Either way. Just a time. But, I need to feed you guys, actually. It's just like when I'm in call. What do you mean? Option. Alright, everybody sleep good. I'm leaving. Little baby. So in love with you. Alright. Ooh. The Ichor throne. Interesting. Okay. No, 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 this sucks. Ooh, thank you. Oh my god. Oh, this is the wrong one. Oh, please, this sucks. I don't want to die. Oh god. Yeah, there we go. Oh my god, please heal me. Okay, I didn't take that much damage, actually. I thought I took more damage than I did. Alright. Oh, Gore's old now. Oh my god, no. I like want to eat my dinner, but we're mid-combat. I'll take another bite after this one. boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. I am fucked up. I might die. Oh, I guess it depends. Sturdier than bone. That's cool. I mean, that makes sense though. Oh, it was cotton? What can we do with cotton? I'm gonna return home. I'm fucked up and I don't want you guys to lose faith in me because I die. I'm home. Bloop. Oh, 3 of the beds broke. Okay. That is fine. Let me make a new thing. 8 poop. Need more gold. More blockage. Alright, do we have enough? Hello, Jack Black. What's up? Thank you for taking me in. This place is truly a pair. I know, I built it with me and my followers. Hold on. Let's see. Oh man, we need more gold. We need more beds. Oh yeah, the bed thing was gonna be for yeah. I was gonna fix the bed thing. Like that didn't give me a lot. Fish. And more fish. I mean, hot, not pretty. This feet. It's sweet sits with me. 5. We do more. We need 1 more. The OGO. Captain, touch your toes. Oh, perfect. The poop. Perfect, perfect. The poop that we need. Let's see what else. Compost. I want a confession booth. I 8 monies. Alright, we're gonna put this in the far corner of the map. So that way you guys can confess your secrets. And not worried about being judged by anyone other than me. Eepy pixels. Pixels eepy. Oh. Whose secrets do I want to hear? What are your boffies? Can I listen to boffies? No, because it's not real. What about Jack Black? Jack Black, what are your secrets, my friend? Oh my god. He hates green people. That's crazy. My secret is I'm playing Minecraft. That's understandable. Alright, are these done yet? 6. We need 2 more. Alright, I'm gonna go take a quick bathroom break. I'm not real. That's crazy. I'll be right back. I need to take a quick bathroom break and then I'll be back. Should I put Case Rhino? Oh yeah, because he's green. That's true. This is true. Come on. Need more gold. Oh fuck. Why the fuck is Garrett dissenting? What is this madness? I like how upset Gore looks. Wait, why is everyone upset? What the fuck? Is it because I failed the mission? Hi, Mashy! Oh, because the quest failed? Is it because I failed the quest? So it's fine, we gotta do a sermon anyway. Sermon time. Oh, hold on, wait, I can refund people for this. I forgot. I'm gonna refund because I don't want to turn the thing off. I can't? Wait, what? Oh, wait, yes I can. Because it doesn't work. Oop. Contribute. Okay, I think that's everything. Let me turn that one off because it's actually not working. I'm sorry. Let me turn it off. I don't know why it's not working. Damn. That's okay. Alright, it's mushroom time. Maybe mushroom Boffy gets, or zombie Boffy gets to join. Nice. Hog. Let's go. Peek. Everybody's about to get real fucking sick, but I'll be alright. Alright, we can make the new beds. I lied. Let me make a stone. Will not require any resources. Oh my goodness, thank you. I'm gonna name you Sonic. Sonic. Oops. Oh wait, Mashy, do you want to be this one? Mashy wants to be this one, you can be. But I don't think Mashy's in our cult yet. Otherwise, we're taking Sonic. Oh my god, that water is cold. Woo! Look at Matthew. Aww, so cute. Don't worry, we'll conform you. Look at you, little cute pie. Oh, I already re-educated him for today. Woo, Pog. Cool. Okay. More beds. Oh wait. Remove this one. Move this one over. And then we build the new one. And then my yard has run out of lumber again. Oh my god. Alright, we really want to do the one right now, I think. Excuse me, stop fighting. No fighting. Where's Miu? I want to give her a necklace. I actually don't know where Miu is. Oh my god! Dysandro, welcome on in. I'm gonna have a wonderful time here. Where is... Oh. Hopefully that'll give us enough. 13. 15. Ooh, sweats nervously, 18. We have the better one now. I actually don't remember how many we need for the better one. Okay. Oh, we just need gems now. Okay, but where's my wife? Why is my wife sleeping all the way over here? Hey. I guess I'll tell you tomorrow. Fine, I'll wait till the morning. Start cooking food. We're gonna have one follower meal. Or 2 follower meals. And then cook the rest. My wife. My wife. just want to wait till the next day so that way I can. I think Garrett will be. But. Alright. Re-educate. Very good, very good. Release. And now we will put Mashy in there. Okay, we put Mashy in there. Prison. Prison, I say! Prison! Okay. Now I will re-educate you. Oh, damn. So many beds broke. Okay. Where's Mew? I have necklace to give you. Pets. Hee. And then let's do inspirations. Alright, leveling up my boy. Level 2. Alright. God damn it, Bobby! I was so close to fixing you, bro. Yep, and you ate V. How are you gonna explain this to V, huh? How are you gonna tell her? I called it. You did. You did. It was very, very coincidental timing, I will say that. New Nocturne time. Yay! Possessions. Alright. Private worship or communal ceremony. All cult members will gain the materialistic trait, gain faith when building better sleeping quarters. All cults will gain the false idol trait, gain more faith when placing decoration buildings. I want you guys to be a little materialistic. I'd rather you guys have better sleeping quarters. Stream delayed today? Kind of wild. And no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I wonder why. Could you refresh for me and tell me if it's still bad? I wonder if it, because I have a new Ethernet set up, and I hope that's not affecting anything. Sweats nervously. Oh, who pooped in the wrong spot? Multiple people pooped in the wrong spot. That's okay. I can be a forgiving god. D. Another station. I don't mind cleaning up after you guys. Let's do this one. Farmer station 2 farmers will be. Whoa! I want this one. This is what I need. I have a few times. Okay. I guess, like, I will test stuff on my end tonight with my internet. And then tomorrow, Boffy, when I have my collab, if you could just pop in and, like, check. I'd really appreciate it. 2, 3, 4, 5. Because it's probably on my end at that point, I think. I'll have to also check my OBS settings to make sure that's not fucked up. Thank you, Boffy. Okay, so if I... Oops, did not mean to remove that. Will we have not enough beds? No, we have enough beds. Cool. I like it. Look at how cute these are. Who's all sleeping together? Oh, cute. Alright, everyone's inspired. Everyone's good to go. I need to get more crystals or else people are gonna keep dying. Go. More crystals! Need more crystal! I'm sad it's gonna be the first Wednesday I'm not in, but also happy I get to watch it. That's valid. There have been some Wednesdays. Well, I guess not some Wednesdays, actually. This was the first time I thought of this, where it's kind of like, kind of wish I could take a break a little bit. Because there's a bunch of art stuff I want to do, but at the same time, like, I'm excited to try the back rooms, personally, because I do like the back rooms. Oh, Klumbo and Bob, too. Oh, this is another guy that I get to fight with Knucklebones. Nice. I like fighting people with Knucklebones. Yeah, Bobby, it's me this time, yeah. And then, next week we could do Repo. We could do Repo next week. Because I need to cool it on spending, so. Your friend or Tao was the last vessel sent against us. The sniveling coward, and they were was before him, all equally pathetic and unworthy. More disease! Oh! My god. God damn it. No, my husband! Alright, hold on. I mean, what do you think of Guilty? I want to play that game really bad. Jesus, create auto miners are annoying to make. I will take your word for it because I do not know anything about auto miners. Wait, what is that? What does this bonfire do? What does this do? Nothing? Okay. I thought it did something. We gotta fix Buffy first, and then we can fix everyone else. I feel like I want to head back, like, sooner rather than later. But Buffy did just eat someone. So I do have time before he eats someone else. So I feel like, okay, I'm gonna finish this one. Because, like, I just played it, Def Nicer with more people, and Def need more improvements. Are you talking about Escape the Backrooms or the Guilty as Sock? Ooh, a Stonehenge. Don't worry, I'm full. I'm full. You better be. Socks? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't mind waiting for that one to get a little more developed. I really like the art style of that one. Bet, we'll make it like a thing, and then like when we do it, I'll make sock puppets for everybody, because I have a thing where I make sock puppets for people. But I'll make a version 2 of the sock puppet. We don't have one of those. It's only a version 1. I think it's about time we have version 2. I want a goofier sock. I think my mind is, my brain is like coming up with it too, so. What does that mean? Fuck it. What the fuck? Buffy, what the fuck? No! Buffy! You little bitch. God damn it. I promise I will get heated. I will probably make you cry. I hope you do. I hope you do make me cry. I want you to make me cry, bro. I need a good crying session. The Socks game has a Twitch integrator if I looked at it right too. Ooh. Thank you, Buffy. You know, I'm down to play that. I'm down. I'm down to clown. I like games like the Trolley Problem was another one where I was like, I really like that one. Cause you know, you're arguing your point. Though to be fair, I feel like when we played it last, it wasn't that much arguing. It could have definitely had more arguing. If you want my body and you think I'm sexy, come on, dude, let me know. I like the cat with the groan tube. Oh my god, 30 seconds. Oh, fuck. Okay, go. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. We're wasting it. Fuck. We'll come back. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Fuck yeah. Next room, next room, next room. How long do I have invincibility for? I don't even know. When does it end? I don't know. We gotta speedrun this level. We'll come back to the merchant. Oh, what the fuck is that guy? Whoa, what is this guy? I honestly don't want to know what he does. Whew. Okay, I think I'm out of invincibility now because I don't have like the glowy stuff anymore. Alright, we can go back. Alright, I want this axe. Cycle, thank you. Thank you! The thing over there. I don't remember Kudai's clue. Wait, what was that? What is this clue? I didn't read that mission clearly. I don't remember what Kudai's clue. I'm gonna have to look that one up, I think. Milk and coffee. What is this? I have a chance to drop. I have nothing that I want to have to do with fish. No, it's a hippo. It's a hippo. I will save you, Mr. Hippo. Whoop. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the save check. I will be sure to be very careful. Ow, fuck. No, not more. I will rescue you. I will rescue you. No, please. Oh my god, we should make Gordy. If no one wants to be the next one, we should make him Gordy. By the way, hi. Hi. How are you? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. These jumping spider things are very scary. And this guy is also very scary. He has 2 horns. Why more? Why is there more? How many more? Oh, thank God. About to get food, but wanted to pop in and say hi. Well, thank you for popping in and saying hi. It means a lot. I hope you have a wonderful time getting food. And if I'm still streaming when you come back from getting food, feel free to let us know what kind of food you got. I love talking about food. So the quest wants me to take all the gems that I got and give them to the lighthouse people, but I need to heal Buffy. So it's gonna go to him first. Any more crystals? There's a crystal here. I like that the crystals give you 2 per though. I have 23 now. If I can get to 30, I think we'll be good. Yeah, because I think Buffy just needs 10. Yeah, I'll take this one. Indescript either way, cool. Ow. Boop. Boop. Hey, give me that. Thanks, bye. Okay, that's the exit. Oh, this way. Beep. Ow. 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 Stop. Oh god, he has a lot of horns. Why do you have so many horns? Stop jumping. Stop jumping. Oh, what's this? Deal damage to all enemies based on the amount of tarots you hold. I have 3. That's not so bad. I'm willing to try that. I'm not seeing any more crystals though. But I think I have 1 more level before the boss. So it's very possible that we could get enough. Nope, we were the boss. Okay. Oh my god, oh my god. 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 Oh my god, please. I'm good at these games, I promise. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Woo! Oh, I got 2 new people now. Alright. Seeds. Blueprint. Oh, the golden footing. I didn't even have to pay for it. Nice. Oh, look at all that money. All that money, chat. Nice. Now we can go heal Boff. We can go heal Boff. Thank you for the lurk backs. Alright. Patty has. Alright, people are sick. Oh my god, 6 of you are sick. Oh my god. At least your devotion can't go down on me. Yeah, I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna fix it, everybody. Don't you worry. Alright, first we gotta fix Boffy. Alright, Boffy. You're gonna get all better. Yep, you're all normal again. Og. Oh, my brush is very cool. Alright, where are people throwing up? Ooh. Devoted. My god. Nice. Alright, there's still some more somewhere. Where? Where is the gross? Where is the gross? Where did you guys put the gross? Why is the gross in some place I don't know? Alright, let's re-educate Mashy so we can release him. Oh, I see it. Mashy's still dissenting, so I can't release him. Okay. Up here. We can start making people better, I think, though. Let me see. And oh my god, so many of you are sick. Let's fix you up. There we go. Alright, a little bit more. Who's the most sick? They're all pretty sick, to be honest. Okay. Rainer's better. Actually, how much do we need for the new farm? 8 and 4. I think we might have enough. You make a new mine. Don't necessarily need more logs though. People fighting? Don't fight. Make a new mine instead of fighting. Boop. And then fix me before I get hungry again. I already fixed you. I already fixed you. Don't you worry. I already fixed you, buddy. Maybe this one. You are okie dokie now. Still 4 people that are sick. Yeah, what's up right now? I don't know about all this. If we were truly a great leader, wouldn't this place look nicer? Okay. Well, that's a little rude. I'm literally building us a better farm. But okay. I guess so. Why don't you go lay down? Patty, why aren't you laying down? Bed rest. Go get rest. Alright. Maybe we can squeeze in a sermon. We can! Whoa! Blunderbuss mastery? Whoa! I like the axe a lot. Vocal stem. I don't think I heard it that time. I'll play it again because I didn't hear it. Yeah, pizza. Okay. Tomorrow we'll do a ritual because everybody's hungry. Do that in the morning. I don't understand why people are laying on the ground. Like, what? I'm gonna do this. There you go. Great meals! Wow! Thanks, guys. Feeding yourselves good. Alright, we're missing a bed. What the fuck are you doing? Go get bed rest. What the fuck? Both of you, get bed rest. You're almost healed. Okay, we need a new bed, I think? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we need another bed. Okay. What do we need for this? 8. I think we can make that. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, we need oh! I got it. Maybe they were going for food? Well, they need sleep. They need sleep. I don't know. Oh, I have to build this? 8, 2. Oh, we need more gold. In my head, what would they say instead? They said because gather all these. Bleep 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 bleep. It's fucking forever, bro. Bleep, 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 bleep. Day 39, and now only 3 of you are sick. Fog. Alright. We'll do a sermon. Make everyone feel better. Alrighty. Sermon time. Woo! Look at all that faith, baby. I'm so proud of you guys. Alright, we're gonna do a ritual if it's cooled down. It is feeding time. Look, our table's gotten so long. I love it. Nice. Alright, we're getting out of here. Nah, but we dig body. Alright, good job, guys. Doing good work here. I think I'll make the new beds, and then I'm gonna go do some art for a little bit. Re-educate. Wait, we have things we need to... Right. Hippo. I have BLT. And then choose color brown. You can pet him. He writes poems instead of working? That sounds about right. Yeah, my dude is still kicking in there. Yeah, I gave you like a long life thing. Second jockey is no longer ill. Nice. Alright, you're gonna be Gordy. Gordy. Let's see, do we have any other Eldritch forms? DLC. I think that form was actually pretty good. This one? You're also married. Yeah, we're married now. I run away if frightened. Understandable. Yeah, watch. Pixels, watch this. Where are you? Where is Pixels? Where is Pixels? Why are you throwing up? See, go lay down. Oh my god, I have to keep telling Ghosty to lay down. Where is Pixels? Pixels? Where's Pixels? Oh, there you are. Talking to Waffy. Sorry, I'm interrupting you. Hey. No, hey. 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 Where is it? Ah. Mwah. Yippee. Alright. Alright, we're making the beds. That's what the plan is. We're moving this to here. Yeah. And then... Fuck, we need more gold. 5. We need more chat. 7. Anything at all. There. Oh, Mashy's good now. Yippee! No more dissenters. Alright, and who's still sick? We have plenty of... Yeah, we have plenty of flowers. Make him feel better. That way, when we get off, everyone's okay. Because right as this shit wears off, people are probably gonna get sick again, so... That's not great, but you know, it is what it is. What's up? I'll reassure you. Yeah. There you go. Wait. Work, you're gonna be... Okay, that's fine. This is a good time to inspire. Look at me. Ooh, new doctrine time? Fuck yeah. Firing time. Yippee! Look at all my babies. Oh, goddamn! That's a long list. Fuck yeah. Alright, can I do this now? I need one more gold. Hurry up. Hurry up, Lychee. Come on. I need that. I need this gold. More beds. More beds. More beds. There you go. And then I want to have a new doctrine. Alright, what will we do this time? I haven't done this afterlife in a while. A drain on our resources or keepers of wisdom. Respect your elders. All cult members will gain the respect your elders, followers. We'll get good, die young. Gain faith if an elder is sacrificed, murdered, or consumed, but lose 20 faith if a... God damn! Well, I guess we don't really want bodies. So... We're trying to worm our way in. I'm already... Yeah, she's already in. This is hard. I think we should do the good, die young. Yeah. I think that's what we should do. Moira. 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 Moira, don't make me regret my decisions. Okay. Now we will sacrifice old people. Currently, to be fair, the only old person currently is Gore. So, just putting that out there. Midsummer this and just off us at... Midsummer this and just off us at 75. Yeah, that's the plan. That's essentially the plan. Alright, something's bad. It's this. There we go. All clean. Let me help build these beds. I don't know if I can. Okay. Ooh. Alrighty. That's actually a really good place to stop. Alrighty. We can witness the consequence of our actions of the hallucinogenics next time. Oh, except. Nice. Art time! Time for some art, chat. Want to do some art. I'm tied between 3D stuff and 2D stuff, but I think I'm gonna do 3D stuff because I want to test our new resolve. And my heart is weak. Ew, why is my mouse doing this? Why? But why? I hate it. I hate it so much. Oh, my mouse is dying. My mouse is dying. I hope you guys liked my cosplay day. Maybe we'll do this again next Tuesday. It'll be fun. Profile cycle? Yeah, that's what I want. What the fuck? Okay. Test, okay. It's just a note for me later. Alrighty. Heart. Fun. I died and got reincarnated as mermaid. Buffy 8 people. What an action pack called that. I know. I know. And like 5 people died. I think in like total. Because Buffy died. Oh shit, no. Buffy died. Sunny, you died. Pancake died. Buffy, Sunny, Pancake. Rhino died. And V died. That's literally 5 people. Just realized the fake nail I got are a 28 pack. That's crazy. That's crazy. What the fuck? That's a lot of nails. I guess if you want to wear them, or maybe they have a lot of size variety, maybe? You're being a little stinker. Oops. Sorry. Sorry. No, it's just me. It's just me. I feel like I died in the worst way other than V. Yeah, but you wanted it to happen. I don't think V wanted it to happen, you know? I think in my opinion, from what I saw, in my personal perspective, is that you and Buffy were in cahoots. And then we're like, yo, dude, if you kill me, I can come back as a rhinoceros. And God said so. God said I would come back as a rhinoceros if you eat me. And Buffy was like, hey. And then he ate you. And now, yeah. Yep. That's how that worked. That is how that happened in my mind. wanted to be inside me, not gonna lie, he would beg. Exactly. He was begging for it, bruh. Moira, are you gonna freak me? What are you doing? Don't eat K-balls! I'm gonna eat you, bro. Moira, don't do this. Actually, I need to make a... Two more options. Create shortcut. Again. Moira, stop. You nip at me. You be a bum. Stop! You are biting things you shouldn't. You're being a rat. Rat baby, come on. Follow the dot, rat baby. Where's the dot? Where's the dot, rat baby? Oh, it's going away. On the door now. Look at the door. Look at the door. My cat. She's being a little rat baby. Yeah, get the little thingy. Get the little thingy. Go get it. Go get it. I'm like watching her to see if she'll do it. Good job. Okay. Alright, we're okay now. Alright. Ba 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 ba. Logos. This one. Back. Wait. I did this wrong. Please. Okay, cool. Is that the main thing I need, I think? Okay. Open. Milkgg revisited. Furniture. Alright. Pog. Alright. And then I go to... Oh, right. I gotta do it like this. This will be project. Boop. Carry editing tab. Yeah, there we go. Time for sleep in the cuddle pile. Woo! We love Eep in the cuddle pile. Project. This isn't how I had it set up in my substance painter. Well, no, it is. It's roughly. Sheep the goob. Sheep the goob. Yeah, right, because this goes here. This one goes here. Does this go here? Yes, it does. There you go. Oh, right. I was doing edge highlights. So I was trying to decide of whether I want to do it. Yeah, okay. What is this? What? What is this? What is this, Boffy? This is live on Twitch. Oh. Oh shit, you have Klecko ones? Bro, bet. I'll keep the Klecko ones on. Ooh, the heart. I don't know what Kleka ones I have, actually. I'd love to get a Kleka badge. Thanks, Boff. Not too much. Let me use Cuddle Puddle. Kleka got cards now? Oh, now they do. Oh, okay. Okay. But you never realized, drowning in the water, offered you my hand. We all gotta go to the... Oh, okay, so you're waiting for all of us. Understandable. Open, throw myself shut. Cuddle bubble. Ooh. Let me do it like this. And a paint liner. Cuddle bubble. Yeah, I like it. Cuddle open. Another hand down. Just wanna be alone. Come around. Why don't you just go home? BLT brush. Spacing. Size flow. You didn't understand. Great brush preset. BLT. Oh my god! Hey Goblin, hello! Oh my god, I'm sorry, my face tracking. Oh, my face tracking. No, my face tracking. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Welcome on in, Raiders. Hold on, let me fix this. Oh, did it fix? It might not be fixing. Why are you not fixing? Oh my god. Welcome on in, Raiders. I hope you had a wonderful time. How was art? How was art? My face tracking is lagging. Why are you lagging? Why are you lagging, bro? Hello, everybody. Welcome on in. My name is Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. My face tracking is being spicy, but we're happy to have you here. We do a bunch of art. We did Cult of the Lamb just recently. Art was okay. Finished a cute summer piece. Nice. I had a dream about doing that. Oh, I think we're good now. Yippee! Okay. But welcome on in. If any of you have eaten dinner or have eaten a meal recently, feel free to tell us about it. I'm interested to know. Otherwise, feel free to hang out, vibe. If you need to go take care of yourself, please do. We love you very much here at the Milk Club. A little bit more about me. I am what is known as a physical embodiment of whiplash. You know, you might think, oh, you know, Elaine's a 3D artist, but I'm also a 2D artist. But you know what I'm also? I'm also a video editor. And I'm also a little ball of chaos. Sometimes. What you're making? I am retexturing our background scene. About to make little burritos and watch some cool artists. Aww. Well, I hope you enjoy your burritos. I'm currently texturing my background scene, and I realized I need to put the stroke opacity to 100 because I'm erasing stuff. Yep. Oh my god. But currently I am trying out a new setup where I am screencasting from my laptop onto my PC, so it's not struggle busting up on my streaming computer. So if my laptop dies, you know, it's fine. It'll be fine. But yeah, we're trying that out today. Part of me thinks that maybe I should try doing this on the UVs. But yeah, we're retexturing our background because I want to try a different art style. Did that incorrectly. Oops. 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 Okay, we got it. We got there eventually. Oh my god. This is a very interesting setup that I'm trying to do because I can feel that there's the slight disconnect between the two, but that is okay. There we go. Oops. I want to remove it here. I'm trying to do paint in the highlights for the edges because I feel like it would look nice. Is this the best way to do it? No, not at all. Am I gonna do it anyway? Yeah, probably. I think. Though I am curious if painting them on the UVs would be better. Just because I'd have more control of each side. Let me try that really quick. UV, and then I also want to display the wireframe. But let's make it bright as heck. That way we can see. Maybe not that bright though. Oh, there you go. How long have you been fighting this darn wood texture? Not that long. I've been fighting Substance Painter for longer. Where is it? The thing is like I am doing what's called hand painting the textures, which makes it a lot harder. Oops, oh my god. Because I don't normally take this much time to hand paint textures. I usually do it in a much more efficient way, but the much more efficient way means less painterly style, which is unfortunately not my goal. It hasn't really been my goal for this scene. Unfortunately, the hardest part is just really honestly the lag that my computer takes. This would be a lot faster if I just did this on my main PC, but that's okay. We gotta make do with the limitations that we have. Fast and dirty. I'm very organized, thank you. I'm fast, but I'm organized. Pokemon. Pokemon. There's a method to my madness. But if I don't have a method, it takes a while. Would you really miss me? That has nothing to do with how you texture. What do you mean? I'm very organized when I texture. Fuck the rest of them. I'm very modular when I texture as well. Hand painting things make it so I can't be modular with it when I'm hand painting textures. It's much harder because I'm doing it UV based, and if I change the topology at all, it falls. So kinda is what it is. Let's do it bigger. There we go. Is that the right one? This one doesn't even matter how hard to try. I think so. Well, I know. As a pendulum swings. I'll take times away. So unreal. Watch you go. Eventually will eventually be a memory. Oops. So far. In the end, it doesn't even matter. You find it all. It doesn't even matter. Was that appropriate? It was. Okay. I'm drawing myself down. It's so hard. I was like I was part of your property. So far. Or before. Didn't even recognize me anymore. Oh my god. Oh my god, please. Oof. Bad. We will eventually be a memory. Not so hard and not so far. Pretty sure this whole thing needs to get removed. Too far. I'm trying to figure out what side I just did. Oh, this is the back. Yeah, no. The entire thing needs to get removed. I trust in you just as far as I can go. For all this, only one thing you should know. Oh, in you, as always. No, that one is the top. There's only one thing you should. Cool. Wait, did that go through it? It didn't. Okay. Interesting. Did that remove it from one of these sides? It did. Dun, 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 Actually, we'll do that. Oops. Let's do it. No, none of this. Camera. That's not camera. Ooh, okay. Okay. I'm gonna be honest. My brain is not liking the input lag between the tablet and the laptop, so I'm gonna check something. I just might do this in my computer. This is driving me a little nuts. I'd rather be overly cautious, I think, I'd rather be overly cautious with my computer and not have it lag than have it lag and be overly, like, not cautious, I guess. Her name was Billie Jean and caused a scene. Being the one. Moira. Don't be a fink. Don't be a rat fink. Okay, just make sure that I don't have extra things open. Then we'll also look at NZXT to keep an eye on it. We're also gonna take extra precaution and make sure DWM is not prioritized by any means. Change priority. Okay. Golden nights on the sea. Interesting. I wonder what's taking up so much. There you go. Moira, stop. Hey, stop. Here, play with this dice. It's on me. Alright. You know what I should do actually? Oops, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There you go. 9. Okay. I can know what layers I'm messing with. So 7 is this one. Go back to the brush. Oop. Brushes, chat brush. I gotta make sure this is on UV. There you go. Hey, what are you doing? Don't chew on HDMI cords. What is wrong with you? Do I need to kick you? I think I have to kick her out of my office. Moira, get out. Moira, you're getting out. 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 Ooh, I caught you. You're going in baby jail. Oh, fuck. Okay. I was gonna put her in baby jail, which means I put her in my jacket and cradle her like a baby. But she did not want that. Which is fine. Was I used to be. Actually, going back to camera. And that's not affecting any other sites, right? Yep. Be alright. Okay. Alright. And then I'm gonna need a sentimental man or woman to pump me up. And I, Alicia C, trying to bring out the fabulous. Way too much.
Mother, why must a feline misbehave unlike me who behaves with gentlemanly grace and etiquette?
I don't know, dude. I don't know, dude. Maybe because you're magic, you know, you're smart, you got that brain cell that knows, you know, when not to act up, you know? Like, yeah, you got your moments, you know, like the time you almost got me arrested and stuff, but like, for the most part, you're pretty good, you know? Maybe it's because you're being a pure magic, I don't really know. Okay. Alright. It's about damn time. I think this got a little misconstrued here. What time it is. Comment out tonight. Oh, god damn it. Batman theme. Dun-na-na-na-na-na. Rat baby. I don't actually remember the tune to the Batman theme. I'm honest. I'm not gonna reach right there, but I will try. That's okay. Okay. So these are the edge highlights. Oops. Oops. No. What is this? This is, oh, this is a general highlight. Okay. Highlight. This is the shading, and then these are the panels, and then this is just for the closet. Fuck yeah! It actually looks really nice. I feel like it would also work on here and here, actually. I would just need to... Oh, not that. I think it's this one. So, yeah, there we go. And then we take this shading. Oops. Alright, cool. And then add another paint. And this one will be UV based. And then I have to half the stroke opacity. Making popcorn, want some? I do! I would love some. I won't eat a lot though, because I'm kind of full from dinner, but I appreciate the offer. Just have a little nibble. Have a little nibble. Oh, now my cat's settling. If the ribbon is off, or are we after, because we are after hours? Yeah, we can say that. Just kind of chilling. I'm not like trying to be above and beyond by any means. I'm just chilling. Oh, that's gonna drive me nuts though. Okay. Add. Add paint. Actually, I'll do. Oh, and then I made this one cleaner projection, maybe. Actually, that's not bad. Should this also be a cleaner projection? It's like close. Yeah, like that. Maybe one more time. Actually, brain thinky good. Brain have arrived at location of thought. Actually, never mind. It wasn't that good. Yeah, it just matters more here, I think. Just fine. On a Sunday. I'm off of that one. And this one. I think that right there could work fine. And then I'd like one more of these right here. And then add a paint. Oh, we will remove it from this UV, this UV, and these UVs. Okay. Alright, cool. I'm just gonna make this one thinner. All the time. There you go. Salt and butter, the classic. Oh. Add a paint. A weird, what? Weird stuff? Really? All I know is butter. I mean, there are cheese toppings, I guess. I feel like that's more rare. Where is it? Here. God damn. 4. There's going to be the pig's popcorn seasoning. There is. That's true. A lot of funky flavors I heard of from your sinful country. I know there's like zebra popcorn, like the sweet ones. That's what you're talking about. Those are like nothing wrong with kettle corn. I don't think anything wrong with kettle corn. Or gripe against kettle corn? Mushy peas. Alright, I'm just gonna blur this. Water. Sorry, Buffy. This is how it has to be. Water. Where is water? Where is it? It's this one. I see. What is? Want the twerk it. One better? No. This one better? No. Okay, I guess I'll make another one. Mm-hmm. I should have kept it how it was. It's gonna be the same no matter what. Okay, cool. What your taxes paying for nonsense? It's trying not to bring up. You guys are funny. You guys are funny. Ooh, fuck. Oops. This color, this one. Have fun in Hell Divers. What is that, bro? There you go. I was goofing though. UK ain't exactly doing great right now. Oh, that's valid. I expected, to be honest. I like it. It's funny. Look at that. Look at that. I don't know why the bottom is not textured, but we ignore that. Look at that. That's a nice ass fucking cabinet, if I say so myself. Alright, now I copy and paste it and hope that my computer doesn't break. And we take this all off. I put it there. I should honestly just make a base. I have been DM'd. Yeah. And then a paint layer. I don't know if this one needs it, but I'm gonna keep it regardless. And then edge highlights isn't necessary for this one either. And paint. The videos of the British kids trying to act tough or gangster or trying to intimidate people always make me laugh. That's valid. Okay, and then this one, this one, this one. These guys. Yeah, these are the same. I don't know how I did that, but they're the same. I watch British kids eat like foreign food with gore, and my god, yeah, I don't know what that's all about. Y'all are certainly kind of kooky crazy when it comes to that stuff. Also, Lane, look at this TikTok. This is also the hell. I didn't know this existed. Okay. Look at this thingy my partner's mom gave to me. Wait. I'm still reading. And when she pulled this out of her bag. I'm now aware that this is probably common, but I've never seen one. Oh, I've seen these. Yeah, they're for your purse. Yeah, and then you put your purse. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen these. My mom had one. My mom had one. She never used it, but my mom had one. I saw one where it was an older British guy and he seemed to be taken aback when he had to eat BBQ with his hands. I mean, I understand wanting to not eat it with your hands because it gets messy. But also, what else would you eat it with? This is side table. Eating with your hands is considered savage in some posh households. I guess that's valid. This is the bed. need a desk. I don't have one for the desk. I'm bone in, gang. Give me some chicken wings. If I'm lazy, I want no bone, but it tastes better if it has the bone in my opinion. Okay, let's do the shelf. I would like to try plainer, actually. Damn, Bobby, that's racist. What do you mean? That's not racist. Is it racist? I don't think that's racist. I like boneless. I've had juicier chicken that is bone in compared to like bone out chicken. No bone chicken. I feel personally. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. What's happening? Outside of me. Repeat. What's happening? Repeat. Why is this weird? Is that the problem? Oh, this is the problem. I'm just stupid. Am I? What in the fuck am I doing? I only eat BBQ like animal when I'm home, then I literally wash my mouth off and my fingers. Yeah. Yeah, I get texture overloaded. I want some of that nice grain. Where'd that grain go? Cleaner. What is happening? What have I fucked? Okay, that's not it. Okay. Oh, is this my problem? Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna do this. Fill. Planar projection. And it says saturate, repeat, hardness. Oh. I am Nani what the fucking right now? What's happening? I don't eat steak. I don't eat steak of chicken fatty pieces. I will barf. I like the fatty pieces. Weak, I will always eat like an animal. I only like it in the comfort of my own home. I will in a restaurant crack bones with that's crazy. Crack bones. Why was I automated because of cracked bones? What is happening with the spectrum? I like that. There we go. Thank God I figured it out. Oh my God. Okay, so now if I do it like this. Yes. Yes, bitch. Yes. Huh? What? Yeah, the marrow's actually really good. You can have mine, then that's valid. And then I'd flip this back. What is happening? Wait, no, that's correct, right? Yeah, and then this is the one I don't want on here. There you go. We don't have to edit any. Well, we had to edit some of them. Shading we will do last. Paint. Eat this. No, I would need it to be smaller. There we go. Try to get the little quarter sometimes. Don't. There we go. And here. Right here. There we go. I don't mind if it's on that bottom part. Yeah, there you go. Oh. What is happening? I guess that's how that one is, okay? That's fun. I won't need the highlight for this. I do need to do the shading though. Which calls for a bigger brush. We're still on camera. Okay, good. The fuck? That's crazy, actually. Where's that mark? It's right here. I can do it again. Do anything. Again. I can do anything. Wait, what? What? Cracking bones? Nah, maybe I thought you were threatening Elaine. I will fair folk piled? What? I guess, yeah, probably. It was like, I'm gonna crack your bones. Like, Okay. Oh god, I can't see. And then this part I would do in camera. Do anything. Do it again. Do anything. Walk into your life. Walk into your life again. I can do anything. I can begin again. Do anything. I took away my they took away my pride and my fault. I'm gonna care if I fall. If I fall. What happened to your life? I can do anything. Into your love. There we go. I'm gonna do like a little bit here. It's like the contact shadow. Just a little bit that they're touching. Again. Do anything. Again. Okay, and a little bit of a contact shadow. And a little bit in the vibe. Nice. Ooh, okay. Cool. That shelf is done. Bed is done. Oh no, not bed. I don't want to do this. Let's do planar protection maybe. Do it like that. Bring it down. Yeah. Maybe like make it shorter. Maybe it should be like this. Oops. That did not seem like the way to go. I kind of like that. Actually, maybe it's not that way, it's this way. I'm having trouble with. Yeah, there we go. Here we go. The Legend of the Phoenix. I think I might do that for all of them first, is position the wood. There's a bed, shelf. Do it like this. And this guy, paint. Update, I still have popcorn. I guess I better get to work on that popcorn then, huh? Do planar projection. There we go. What is up with this guy? There's one guy that isn't following the route. Is interesting. This one, these ones. I think anything that's not any of these. Yeah. I like to get lucky. Up all night to get some. All night for fun. All night to get lucky. Too much popcorn is a myth. This is true. It's true. To get lucky. Up all night to get lucky. All night to get lucky. I know. Up all night to get some. We're up all night to get lucky. Oh my god. Not to get lucky. And spread this way. It's not bad. I think I twisted a bit. Maybe? Okay. Up all night to get lucky. So we take it off of this one. Like this. Up all night to get lucky. Ooh, you know what? I think this needs I think it's not this rotation that's necessary. I think it's oops. This one. Yeah, I don't think this one matters as much as I'm thinking. Okay. I've now gone Ma. No! I hope you can get some more soon as well. Thank you for the wellness check, Zoe. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? The desk would be very similar to this. So I'm just gonna take this one. This is the wrong one. I just use this one. Planar projection. Just scoot this guy on over here, and I think we gotta rotate him this way. Yep. Yes, ma'am. Would be correct. We're gonna rotate him this way. Gonna be shorter this way. Maybe more stretched out this way. Except I want to rotate him around. Ooh, I kind of like that. Ooh, actually, that's not bad. Neat. I think of you sometimes. Time with you. Alrighty, and then that. Let me bring it down. I guess it's in the sky, just the two of us. For those who wait too late. Take it if we try, just the two of us. Too much. And then paint. Not terrible. I think the parts. I don't want it to be vertical though. Kind of like that. In a way. The other way? No. Definitely the way we just had it was best. Yes. Maybe we should do this UV projection wise. Do this at 0. Yes. Not terrible. But maybe do another one and just like offset it just so it can have more. Screen. Like that and then rotate it a bit. Oof. Some parts do not like that. I mean, that's not terrible. And then alternatively, I would like to try one more thing. If it doesn't work, that's okay. You can turn everything else on. I'm going to make this black. Just so I can see. I did look up. And then wood. So let's say it's this one. Do planar projection. What if it was just a small little rectangle? We can make it if we try, just the two of us. The two of us. Just the two of us. I could do this for each leg. Make sure they look nice, and I might do that. Paint. I do feel like the grain is kind of thin though. So maybe if we could just like bump that up a bit. I think that would be with this. Going to get heavy. I asked you to go steady. Would you be a little quarantine? This the way it ends. A level of concern. You walk by like you never heard. Bring down my level of concern. Need you to tell me we're alright. Tell me we're okay. On the brain, Michael's gone insane. Really start to make me nervous. Boyfriend will say, I'm asking you to stay underneath the surface. This looks like dog. This looks like dog chat. I don't know why. Level of concern. I think that looks good for that one. Need you to tell me we're alright. Tell me we're okay. There we go. Level of concern. And paint. Paint. And then it wouldn't be okay on this one. You thought you never heard. You tell me we're alright. Tell me. Need you to tell me we're alright. I need you. This one's not bad. This one could stay. Boop. Are any other ones okay? No concern. You walk by like you never. Hey for the head pats. I'm working diligently. How's it going? Going good. Going good. Just trying to get all these wood patterns to look nice. Yeah, I kind of don't like it over here, so that means we need to just remove it from here. That is adding it, not removing it. Okay. Five, I wanted to be removed from there. Here for the wellness check, I will redeem that in 2 seconds. I think... Is it me? Is it find somebody better? Someone who... I finally finished my popcorn. Good job. Was it yummy? Hope you enjoyed it. Thinking, got me drinking, messing with my head. I think I might also keep it on. Because this was like the backlight, you're really not going to see this one. I think this one's going to be fine no matter what. And then it's just these two. Okay. I guess things fall apart. Very yum. I'm glad. Is this not? Oh. Before the windows in your best friend's car. Little windows down in December. You're the perfect. Needs to be the other way. I think this one should be UV. Yeah. And paint. And turn this all off. Bacon. Oh yeah, that looks way better. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, I can't wait to get that shading on all these. It'll look so good. Yippee! And we just gotta do the bookshelf. Which I'm really hoping that a planar projection will work okay, but we'll have to reset it. A broken heart I get. Wait, is this the problem? Quote unquote problem? Actually, what am I doing? If I do it here, it's gonna copy it over there. I'm a silly Billy. Bigger. There we go. And then add a paint. And then we remove And here. And then we take a wood 2. And then I think we rotate like this. Okay. Oh, there we go. Paint. Is this one? Alrighty, and then we do one more. I think I'll do this one as a UV projection. Um, Go up. Oh, okay. What the fuck? That one. Alright, where art thou? Not you. Oh man, it was this one. Okay. Eight. Cool. If I rotate it, if it'll look nicer. I feel like the answer to that is yes. Let me make sure. Cool. I think the same has to go for this one. But I need to rotate it. And then move and paint. And then it's only on this one. UV. We add another this. Okay. Oh yeah, that works. Okay, and then
Okay, I like it. Picasso.
what the helly? Oops. Almost there. Feel like, was this one the back? It is. And so if I paint this guy, okay. That means he should be okay on this guy. Ha, I lied. Okay. Okay. I just need to scoot it, I think. There we go. Another one of these. But it will be okay on this one. Huh? And paint. Oh, because this is... Thank you for the head pats. I'm like so close to finishing like this portion. I can feel it. Paint. Move that one. These two and this one. And then this one. Which is, I believe, UV base. Yes, it is. Now I just gotta find the one area that doesn't have. It's right there. Boop. Boop. Paint. Go away. Whop. And then I just... Ah. Oh, back to base color. There we go. Hell yeah. Oh fuck, what the fuck? This one. Hey Lane, if you're doing amazing and I have make sure don't make yourself ill if you're feeling EP overworked, take a break. Oh, I know. I know, Basty, thank you. I was actually gonna call it here. So perfect timing on your behalf. I was actually gonna call it here because we got all the wood laid out now. That makes me happy. Beans. Beans. Hold on, I'm just gonna do one thing. It was like the worst one I could have done it with. I do. You can barely see that. Actually, I wouldn't even put this on there. Yeah, I would actually have none of this. It would just be a solid wood rod. Curtain rod. Okay, save. No, y'all, ADHD could lose touch with your me avatar, so I wanted to give you a nudge and ensure you're making good choices. Oh yeah, I know. I'm actually wanting to stream longer because I know that there is a bit of an audience here later at night, so you know I want to give everyone equal opportunity to be here. I want to do one quick thing. Okay. One quick thing. Oh, yeah. Include all this one. Just because it's like right there. It's like the only thing that isn't. That's a lie. The beanbag chair too, but the beanbag chair we'll do later. Okay. We'll leave it at that. Okay. Good job, team! Good job, everybody, today. You too, BLT. Good job, buddy. Also, she would just be watching TikTok for 2 hours. Yeah. Oh yeah, okay. But I want to call it here for tonight because I did tell myself I was gonna stop at 11 because I do have stuff tomorrow. I do have collab tomorrow, and I want to get some rest, and I want to see one of my cats being a bum face. Let's close this. Good job, thank you, Mew. Who are we rating? We're rating on Gobbo if she's live. If they're live, they are. They're playing Kingdom Hearts. They're playing Kingdom Hearts, so go enjoy their Kingdom Hearts gaming. Thank you for hanging out with me today. I'm gonna go get some water, some rest. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for hanging out with me. If you want a raid message, here's a raid message. You don't have to use it, but I'd appreciate it if you did, so they know where you came from. If you don't have those emotes, you could do the other one. Do this one. Don't have emotes, just do this. Shit. Oh shit. Da-da-da. You can do the blue hearts. But I love you guys so much, and thank you for hanging out with me today. I will see you guys tomorrow for a little bit of co-working. And then we're gonna hang out with Gordy, Mew, and Noble to play some Escape the Backrooms. Escape the Backrooms. And then we'll probably do some art afterwards if I'm not too tired. But we'll see. I love you guys so much, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. I love you. Mwah. Good night.